Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. Merry Christmas Eve and happy holidays to everybody out there. I cannot believe it's Christmas Eve. I cannot believe it is Christmas Eve, but we are here. We are live. We have a shortened day. Markets will be closing at 1 p.m. today. So we will not have a market close, and we're going to see how much volume actually comes into this market, given that we do have a lot less people, likely institutions, participating in it. But we're live. We are live, and we're going to see how this ends up playing out. Again, I'm at my parents' house for the holidays. I'll be back to the studio on Sunday. We will be live on Friday still. The market will be open. Tomorrow, the market's not going to be open because of Christmas, obviously. But we have one final market before a little bit of the break. Hope everyone is doing well. We have a bunch of headlines that happened over the past 24 hours. I mean, the big thing that happened yesterday, obviously, was Nvidia finally broke out a little bit, closed at 189, down a little bit in the pre-market. I think today, for us to continue this momentum in this rally, S&P 500 also did hit new all-time highs yesterday at 688.50. We're going to have to see Nvidia break out to the 190s today. And, I mean, does that happen? I don't know. If that does happen, probably bullish. Nvidia was really the main thing that kind of led to the S&P 500 making a run yesterday, along with Broadcom. But a lot of other stocks like Tesla, AMD, etc., they didn't really participate. Broadcom 350 in the pre-market. So you got Nvidia and Broadcom and some of the chip names. Obviously, that China semiconductor tariff 0% news last week also got the market excited. But on a day with low volume, we're going to have to see if that's enough to keep the momentum going. And if it is, maybe we bust through 690 and set up the foundation for 7,000. December 26th is the second best day of the year on average for the stock market since 1950. And that will be on Friday. So on December 26th, we are going to see if this rally can continue. But today is also going to be important to see if the volume can come in as well. But we're live. It's Christmas Eve. It doesn't even feel like I was thinking about it last night, and I don't know. It didn't feel like it was Christmas. Maybe I need to watch Home Alone 2 or The Grinch or something. I need to watch something to get into the Christmas spirit. But it's kind of crazy that it's here. And then in a couple days we're done. 2026. Like the fact that it's here, it's ready, and it's time to move on into the new year is just crazy. But it is indeed happening. Merry Christmas to everybody. Win, Peggy, Seaman, June, Chels. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Avi says Merry Christmas from Sweden. Merry Christmas to everyone across the entire world. Again, it is absolutely crazy that we are at this point of the year. But it's also 2025 has been a long year, even though it's been a fast year. And I think a lot of us are ready to get into the brand new year. All right, let's get into it. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. Again, we will not have a market close today. We'll probably end around 11. I think it's not going to be the easiest today in particular to stream until the end of the market close, which will be about 1 p.m. But, I don't think there's going to be that much news outside of the initial open. It's Thanksgiving, where the volume kind of fades off. And then on Friday, we hopefully start the Santa Claus rally, and we see how the end of the year ends out. All right, so let's get into it. Let's start off with the biggest news of the day, which I think the Space Bob will be very happy about. ASTS had a successful launch yesterday in India. The stock is up 5.7% right now in the pre-markets, breaking through 90. And this was a big deal. This one really needed to happen, and it finally did. So this is the video right here for how it ended up playing out. This was the LM3M6 launch, the heaviest satellite ever launched from Indian soil. The Bluebird Block 2 into its orbit. It was done successfully. And as a result, the market is now appreciating ASTS. Now, the market has already been giving ASTS and a lot of the space names a lot of love, but getting this done, I think, was also really important. Yes, Path is up over 7%. They got into the S&P Midcap 400s yesterday, so that's why Path is up. But this is your video right here for why ASTS is also getting some momentum. And look, Space Mob runs deep because Ann Panman, who I did have on the show, I think 8 months ago. No, it was 6 months ago, around June or July. And he did a deep dive for us on ASTS. Chris was on the show as well. I mean, this guy's been buying the stock since less than $2. he posts this in the morning. I think the guy bought like another 15,000 shares at $87.80. I mean, the bullishness of Space Mob is just remarkable. And they continue to believe this thing is undervalued. ASTS market cap right now is about 35 billion. ASTS right there up 6% in the pre-markets. Where's Rocket Lab? Rocket Lab pre-market up 2%. Yeah, the space proxies that are actually legit proxies, which are ASTS and Rocket Lab. And when I mean proxies, I mean to the overall narrative of space and obviously towards the SpaceX IPO. I think they continue to hold on. Now, could they dip with the rest of the space names or with the broader high beta drawdown? Yes, of course. But like, they are the ones that have the legitimacy behind them, and they don't really have the institutional support behind them. So when they get the institutional support and they start normalizing these higher levels outside of just retail, obviously that could be very, very exciting for those space names. So if you're on those names, I mean, I think it makes sense to hold long and strong. ASTS right there up 5.8%, then Rock Lab up 2.15% as that one continues to make some momentum. Yeah, and then you got Golden Dome, right? I mean, Rocket Lab is on the list for that contract. There's a lot of different ways the space names can uniquely benefit from that momentum. Planet Labs as well. Again, I don't know that much about Planet Labs. I know they had a great earnings. Maybe it's one to dive deeper into. This is a $6.5 billion market cap. This one, but still, aggressive price of sales, trading at 23. It's almost like any space name I'm finding, even if it's a low market cap, it's trading at a premium simply because of the space trade that has taken off. So then the question becomes, if you're already going to pay a premium, right? Like if you're already going to pay an aggressive, why don't you just buy the thing that is already working, knowing you're overpaying for it, but also knowing you're getting a lot of quality. And that's where I think Rock Lab and ASTS come in. But the other names, might also benefit simply from that entire space trade taking off and the earnings growth, which is what you saw from Planet Labs. S&P 500 right there, 688.25 in the pre-market. Nebius is up a little bit. Our boy Steve is officially a holder of Nebius. He has entered in yesterday. So he is in, and he is now officially a shareholder. VG got to 720 yesterday in the overnight markets. Now it's 707, at least breaking through the sevens. That's nice to see. You got to break through the sevens to get to the eights. So maybe the six purgatory is done. Maybe it dips right back there later today. Here's kind of Lockheed Martin. Those are flat. SoFi is also flat. And then Robinhood, I think, is at 120 in the pre-market. Ethereum right there, 29.20. Robinhood, yeah, 120 in the pre-market. I did drop 2 deep dives yesterday. I will link those in the chat. One was on Reddit. One was on Zeta. Not going to go super deep into discussing them right now. If you want to hear about them, you can, or read about them, then you can read. Hopefully the Wi-Fi is not being stupid, because I thought I fixed it last night. Might be being stupid though. Let's make sure it's not stupid. I don't know why, dude. Our Wi-Fi at home is not bad. Can you guys hear me? Make sure it's not. Yeah, you can still hear me even though it's frozen. What happened is that I haven't streamed from home in so long, in like a meaningful way. Whereas last year the Wi-Fi was used to all the streaming, and now the Wi-Fi doesn't know how to handle the streaming, and that's why it's like being weird. The Wi-Fi should be okay. It's going to glitch a little bit, but it should. Hopefully, it's not like a crazy glitch. It should be okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, the deep dive. So I'll put that link in the chat, Reddit and Zeta. Look, I bought Zeta. I didn't buy Reddit. Reddit's valuation is just too much. I don't think the risk to reward is meaningful on Reddit. Zeta, though, guys, I think it's cheap. I really do. I think this thing is cheap. I'm just going to one paragraph of this deep dive, and then you can read it to get a better understanding of it. And quite frankly, and I wrote this in the deep dive, I don't even care about Zeta's business. It's like, it's advertising, marketing, tech. It's like, okay, that's interesting. But like, the honest reason why I'm interested is just value. When you look at the numbers, just like putting on your number cap on, you start to. So if Zeta sustains 20% revenue growth through 2028, which is I tried to be pretty conservative in the valuation, given they guided for 34% revenue growth in 2026, which the street, I think, has completely ignored. For maybe they did it in November. The market pulled back. So maybe, but like, I think I'm being pretty conservative. Revenue reaches 2.65 billion by 2028. At 25% EBITDA margins, which is a little bit up from their 23% levels. That's 663 in adjusted EBITDA. If you convert that to 60% free cash flow, that yields 398 million at a 20x multiple, which is very appropriate and reasonable for a software company growing 20%. They're likely going to be growing more than 20%. That gives you a $7.96 billion business, which is 77% above the $4.5 billion market cap. So I think there's a 70 to 80% upside, if not a double here. I looked at the analyst targets. All the analysts have this bad boy anywhere from 30 to 40. So, I mean, yeah, I think this just from a numbers perspective seems relatively simple. We'll see, obviously, how the stock plays out. There's been some reasons it's been discounted over the past couple of months. I think one of the reasons is their stock-based comp is high. Again, as a percentage of revenue, that has come down. So to me, that's not the biggest deal. And then they're not profitable, but they're also $15 million away from being profitable. I think they will be profitable soon, and hopefully that's not going to be the biggest issue. Is this still laggy? Is it still weird? I think they will be profitable soon. All right, on my phone, it looks fine. So for everyone else, maybe refresh. I mean, it's still a little laggy on my phone, but it shouldn't be like horrendous, hopefully. Hopefully not. It actually is the Wi-Fi today. It's not StreamYard. I can't blame StreamYard. Hopefully it's not too bad. On my phone, it looks I mean, there's a very small lag on my phone, but hopefully it should not be. I don't know if the hotspot's gonna be that much better, but okay, let's see. Let's give it a couple minutes and we'll see if it works out. But yeah, so that's the argument. I think it's I think Zeta's a buy, and I bought Zeta, but Reddit, I just think the valuation is a bit too aggressive here, so it's hard to get super excited about Reddit. Michael Burry just tweeted. Let's see what Mr. Michael Burry said. Did he just tweet? Well, no, this is from a couple of days ago, but he did tweet essentially a screenshot of an article he wrote back in January about why he's all cash, implying that we should go to all cash. I mean, maybe going all cash is the way. I think gold and silver would like to have a little bit of a word with that. Gold, and so let's transition to that. My goodness, these things are a little bit lower from the levels they were at last. Silver was at 72.40, 100. I don't know, guys, on silver and gold. I mean, if you look at the chart on silver, it is kind of crazy historic. And if that ultimately going to look like if it were to be pretty ugly. So if we look at this, let me pull this up right here. You can see that when silver does its thing, it does its thing aggressively, and it happens every decade, but then it also gets hit pretty bad. So pumped up 48s, then came all the way back down to basically 14. And it took a while to even get close to that. It got to 26 in 2021, came all the way back down to 17, and now it's gone parabolic. Dude, is the Wi-Fi that bad? Is that horribly? All right, hold on. Let me see if I fix something. Let's see if this. Okay, how about now? Let's see. What are we thinking? Yes, no, yes, no. Let's see. Better. Okay, I did something really simple to fix it, but I guess that's the fix. Good. Okay, I thought I had to I connected to the Google router last night, and that made it better last night on the close, and now I connected back to the regular Wi-Fi router, and now it's better than this is dumb, but whatever. All right, so we're good. Anyway, what I was talking about was silver. Look, silver is acting kind of crazy. It does feel a little bubblicious if it ends up getting to the levels that it well, it has surpassed most of those levels, but every time it gets to sort of this parabolic high, as you can see in history, it ends up taking a little bit of a dip. Now, even though this could be happening, if you've kind of seen the broader demand for silver that's playing out right here, this is Lee, who is an OG member of the Palantir community. They actually bought a lot of silver back in 2021, 2022, and they tweeted today, I just had a chat with my bullion dealer who's saying that refineries aren't producing silver. There's a 2 to 3 month delay because of the much higher premium that gold brings. There's a real physical shortage, especially with all the sanctions on silver. There's serious demand right now, and there's not enough to go around. Also, that industrial silver and monetary silver minted represent the same supply currently available. So even if it feels like silver and gold are becoming a FOMO trade, I mean, we've seen FOMO trades that go much higher than where silver is at right now. It's about 10-15% above all-time highs. I mean, that's kind of nothing when you think about the amount of FOMO that could come into the actual ecosystem. So, and, if you really do have like a 20-30 year view, silver and gold probably end up being higher. So even if you are buying high, you probably get the benefit of time on your side. My goodness, it is incredible to see why the market is continuing to give these companies or these commodities more and more of a multiple. Or I shouldn't even say a multiple. They're not really getting a multiple, but more and more momentum. And it looks like that's not slowing down yet. But you are definitely getting some more excitement there. Oh, well, this is another good point as well. Let me bring this up right here on silver. This is something that Austin sent. So this one right here says that China is strategically export controlling physical silver inventory starting January 1st, 2026. This means all sovereign excess is impure silver backlog at their domestic refineries and domestic ammunition and reserves. The global physical silver flows will be obstructed. Physical silver will be revalued to its new strategic status. That's pretty much exactly what Lee said in terms of the level of supply constraints on silver. I mean, the idea that a central bank is potentially or even a government is playing a role there, it seems very, very likely. In this case, silver would be part of the things that could be manipulated as well. And it's not even necessarily manipulated, but the idea that a company or a government has control over an asset makes sense. I mean, this is what we've seen with gold, right? With 20% of central banks allocating gold massively to the reserve. Shopify right there, up a little bit in the pre-markets. VG's up, Nebius is up, and then SPY is up. So again, gold and silver continue to do well. If you've allocated earlier in the year, it probably continues to be a good hedge. And my kind of take on silver is very simple, and gold, which is that if we have a everything rally next year, everything runs. And silver and gold will run likely based on the uncertainty of the world, which probably will continue to be uncertain. If we start to get some certainty, aka jobless, the labor market starts to make more sense, AI starts to make more sense, Fed policy starts to make more sense, monetary easing starts to make more, like all these things start to converge in a more meaningful way. The midterms are not that big of a deal in terms of the sort of gridlock that could be created. Then maybe gold and silver aren't the play because everyone's like, well, I know what's going to happen. Let me just buy the S&P. Or let me just allocate into real estate because the real estate market's open and I don't need to like hedge myself in commodities. So maybe it's a hedge against uncertainty. Maybe the 10-year finally comes down because this thing has struggled to really come down even after we've lowered rates. And the bubble in commodities is the bubble of uncertainty, and certainty pops the bubble. Or there's an everything rally. I mean, it could be one or the other that could play out. The dollar could crash. And yeah, as people are mentioning, the dollar could be the culprit as well. Now the dollar, again, it's 97.92. It's already been down to, it's been stuck at this 97 level for basically 6 months. It hasn't really moved here. So, I mean, if this thing goes below 90 or something, yes, I think gold and silver could have a massive move, but I also think getting that low would not be the best thing for the US. Like we couldn't be at 115 like we were in January, but 90 or 89 probably also shouldn't take place as well. Michael Burry just tweeted, okay, maybe I have to go to his replies because we went to his tweets and we didn't see anything. But let me go to his replies and see if he tweeted something new. No, I don't see his new tweet. I don't know what you got. Someone link his tweet if you're saying he has a new tweet because his last tweet is from 3 days ago. So I don't see the newest tweet for Michael Burry. Okay, the NVIDIA news this morning in Intel. So NVIDIA has been working with Intel, and it's not necessarily been going the best. And I think that's part of the reason why Intel right here is down 3% in the pre-market. So the headline right here for NVIDIA and Intel. By the way, jobless claims came in the morning as well, 214,000 versus 224,000. This once again makes the argument that maybe we don't need a rate cut early next year. We had GDP coming at 4.3%, which was incredible yesterday. Now we have jobless claims coming in at 214,000. I mean, again, labor markets are not the healthiest, and this is why we cut in the first place. And we've had multiple pieces of data to kind of confirm this on an aggregate basis. But recession is 350 to 370,000 jobs lost per week, and we're not seeing that at all. So you have multiple things converging to potentially make the argument for why getting a rate cut next year early seems unlikely, unless inflation really falls off a cliff. But maybe that's not happening at the moment. Sources told Reuters that NVIDIA tested Intel's 18A process, but has since paused and isn't moving forward right now. The same report says a Commerce official said U.S. gave Intel a shot, but the chip maker isn't too strategic to fail. I mean, this is kind of obvious to me. Intel is not the best company out there. And just because the Trump administration bought, which we should have followed, because, I mean, like, in hindsight, it was obvious they were going to pump this thing. But that doesn't mean this thing is going to keep pumping. They got the initial pump from 20 to 35. Does this thing actually keep going? Well, now they've got to actually make progress. And at the end of the day, I mean, if they're not necessarily up to NVIDIA standards, which NVIDIA has some very high standards, then maybe this is not going to be the most exciting thing for NVIDIA. The VIX is down to 13 right here. So you got the VIX. We looked at a chart yesterday. The volatility index is the lowest it's been from its historical average, which is crazy, because if I told you 2025 would have the VIX lower than the historical average per year, you would say that's crazy because it's been a very volatile year. But that is what happened with the VIX. So you are seeing some volatility decline right there. Intel down about 3% in the pre-market. For those that don't know, the beef between Jensen and Intel wanted to kill NVIDIA a long time ago. And they really tried. And they tried a lot of different ways to kill NVIDIA. And I think Jensen has always kept that close to his heart in terms of understanding how much they tried to hurt him. But he ended up winning. And he ended up winning in a pretty aggressive way. So, I mean, they're kind of doing a favor, I think, to the Trump administration by working with Intel. But if Intel can't live up to the standards to actually, make this play out, then obviously the partnership could be a bit more weaker than expected. But again, NVIDIA has an incentive because they also bought $5 billion of Intel. So they probably want to make this thing work. So you got an Intel right there down about 3%. NVIDIA is also as well down about 0.5%. Markets will be closing early today at 1 p.m. We're not going to be open tomorrow. And then Friday, we will be open for the day. Headline right here, OpenAI is mulling placing ads inside of ChatGPT. So we've heard about this for a while, that OpenAI has been getting ready for ads. They stopped that when Gemini 3 came out to more so focus on the actual models. And 5.2, it's a pretty good model. Not like it's a bad model by any sense, but they need to make money. And if they're going to raise at $830 billion from multi-sovereign wealth funds and get about $170 billion of new funding for 2026. By the way, there are reports that OpenAI is trying to raise $90 billion in 2027 via internal documents, which would easily signal an IPO, because, I mean, that's sort of the same amount that they would raise if they did a hypothetical IPO at $1 trillion. It looks like they're going to need to make money to be able to make sense of that. So OpenAI reportedly placing ads inside of ChatGPT. The question is going to be the user experience. And I think all of us who use ChatGPT every day are going to see, do these ads actually help? Do they make sense for our lives? The thing about Google is 85% of, or I think it's something like 95% of the search queries are not monetized. So if you've got 95% of search queries that are not monetized, that means 5% of queries, 5% of the searches that people are actually clicking on the ad to be able to get a result, and the advertisers paying for that click, is subsidizing the 95%, the hundreds of billions of searches that produce nothing. And with ChatGPT, the only way the Google's model works is because the ability to pay for a search, Google being the company that is shouldering the cost, is nothing, right? It's like pennies of a penny, but the ones that work end up being dollars, and that subsidizes all the others. So for ChatGPT, every time someone types in a query, I don't imagine the costs are pennies. Yeah, I mean, maybe there are pennies, but they're not completely minuscule compared to what Google searches are, because you're obviously using AI to generate a search result, especially for the people that really use ChatGPT every single day. So how are they going to leverage their costs and keep them relatively fixed on queries that are pretty important and will take up a lot of tokens, while also making an ROI for advertisers by getting them that click? And I don't think it's the easiest thing to do. I think Gemini is going to have a much easier time to do it because they've been doing ads for a very long time. But this is something ChatGPT has to figure out. Rock Collaborate, they're up 1.8% because if they don't, you're just not going to get a lot more excitement or momentum. Yeah, Google also has years of data of people's user preferences. Now, look, OpenAI has conversational data, which is probably incredibly valuable, and they're going to be able to use that to monetize and build out a meaningful model for advertising. But Google's a behemoth in this place. And so, yeah, it's not even pennies right now. So how they make money? It's a good question. How are they actually going to make money on these searches? I think that's the broader question. But it's something they're going to have to do because, not everyone is paying for the subscription. I mean, I finally started paying for the subscription just because Grok got really bad and I needed something on the daily, and I still use it every single day. Grok, by the way, Elon disclosed yesterday they have 10 million daily active users. Look, I love Elon, guys, but I mean, I don't see how Grok wins in this race. And I pay for it just because I pay for X Premium. But it sucks, first of all. It's good for some things, but as a daily driver, it's just not good. 10 million users? In the LLM, well, that's nothing. I feel like Perplexity has more than that. So I don't even, I think what's going to happen is ultimately Grok is just going to be used as a monetization vehicle for Tesla and SpaceX, or XAI, I should say. I don't think Grok's actually going to make the money, which ironically might be the better business model than freaking ChatGPT, because XAI's data advantage via X, which they acquired last year, is going to be used inside of Tesla and SpaceX, and maybe that becomes the conglomerate dream that everyone's hoping of. But there's no way. If they have 10 million daily active users, there's no way that many people are actually paying for the service. And so, even if Grok put ads inside, I don't think that would even move the needle in terms of the money that they're making. So, yeah, I don't think Grok's going to win this LLM war. I don't think Meta's going to win. It's literally between Gemini, GPT, and then Anthropic is more enterprise coding, but it's those two. Those are the ones. And then you have the Chinese models that are catching up pretty rapidly. So a lot of the stuff gets commoditized. The question is which have the best distribution and business models to actually make sense and work in a meaningful way. Yeah, Optimus, that's another thing where it could be big. That's where I see the use case of XAI, which probably is going to be a better use case than ChatGPT, even if they don't have 1 billion users using it every single day, is all the other derivative products that Elon is working on, which hopefully, makes it a lot more valuable going into the future. Yes, jobless claims came out, 212,000, kind of a nothing burger. Market doesn't care too much about it. I think that's the only piece of data that we're getting today. S&P 500 is flat. The market expected 224. We're at 211. Let me see if we get any other macro data today. Oh, mortgage rates came in the lowest in 7 weeks. That's nice. 6.38%. Or sorry, 6.31. 6.31. Which, again, is still pretty aggressive, but it's not crazy. 6.31 is what we have for the mortgage rates today. And there you go. Why is everyone making fun of my chair? Oh. It's like, everyone's saying you need a better chair. This is an old-ass chair. This is not my daily chair. Dude, the chair in my room, we still have the chair in my room from when I used to stream from there. You guys remember it doesn't even have an armrest anymore because it fell off. I should bring that chair back. I should be with that chair. But that chair doesn't even have an armrest at this point. Yeah, it's a crappy chair. It is what it is. It's right. I kind of need to build a little bit of a studio at home if I come back on holidays and stuff. Nothing fancy, but just something in a corner of a room so that I'm always set to go. That might be a smart idea for the rest of the year. Broadcom right there at 350. That's up. ASTS, again, successful launch. That's up 5%. VG up a little bit. And then Nebius, that is up 0.31%. Waymo is updating its entire robotaxi fleet with new power outage features. Move follows a major blackout affecting roughly 1/3 of San Francisco. We saw that news 2 days ago, and I couldn't believe that the Waymo shut down inside the entire city. It's kind of crazy, but that is the new AI world we live in. So it makes sense that they're going through an update on their services there. Let's do the green or red poll in the chat and see what people are thinking. Do we actually get a green or red Christmas Eve? And we'll get some thoughts from everyone else here. In terms of someone who thinks it's going to be red, here is an analyst on Bloomberg yesterday who is not the most bullish about Bitcoin. In fact, he has a price target on Bitcoin that is a bit lower than the rest of the street. And this is what he said yesterday for where crypto could be going.
I pointed out when Bitcoin was about 10,000, it was going to drop a zero. I was 70% right, 30% wrong because it went down to 3,000. I'm saying the same thing now. I think it can go back to 10,000. I mean, that includes everything going lower. Unfortunately, means the stock market. It's just normal. The key difference is from back then, there was only a few thousand cryptocurrencies. Now there's multi-millions. We've had that pile in from ETFs, the Trump administration kicking in and accelerating it. And it's classic peak bull market stuff I remember seeing in 1999. So in the previous segment, Paul mentioned the VIX at 25. You look at that VIX 200-day moving average, it's a bull flag. Right now, it's averaging about 19.5. And the key fact is 120-day realized volatility in S&P 500 is around 10%. If we end the year there, not only is it half the VIX, but it'll be the lowest since 2017. So I'm expecting this Bitcoin plunge to trickle down to the stock market, volatility to pick up, maybe just get to its average around 16%, and the whole thing tilts lower into the year end. I don't know what stops it at this point.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Is there a technical support level in Bitcoin that we should keep our eye on? I mean, that $100,000 level kind of held there for a while, but we've obviously down here at 92,000 have blown past that.
Okay, so as you can see, he is bearish. And yeah, guys, for some reason, when I'm playing the video, it's lagging. You can hear the audio, so at least the audio is there. But unfortunately, the video is having a bit of a lag every time I play a clip. But you should at least be able to hear the audio. I don't think it's 10K. I don't think we get 10K. I think 10K is a bit ridiculous. If we get 10K, we've got bigger issues to worry about. Something has fundamentally gone wrong in the stock market. I mean, if we see 10K independently on Bitcoin, and the markets hold up, I think that would be one of the most incredible market dynamics we've seen in basically the past 15 years, because Bitcoin's not necessarily been correlated with the NASDAQ. Definitely this year, it's been sort of the opposite direction. But for the most part, if the NASDAQ has been up outside of this year, Bitcoin has done well. If the NASDAQ has done bad, Bitcoin has done bad, because they're both sort of risk on barometers. If Bitcoin loses the entirety of its momentum in terms of its correlation with the NASDAQ, I mean, it's almost like the asset has just ended up not working. Like the asset, the entire thesis is gone. I find that very hard to believe. And so if Bitcoin gets to 10K, I think the S&P 500 is probably going to 4,000 or even worse. But so which I find very hard to believe, given earnings growth, monetary easing, etc. So I think Bitcoin's flat. Maybe maybe you can hit some targets around 60, 70, like people are saying. But the idea that it completely melts down to 10, that's like global pandemic, crazy stuff happening. I don't know. I don't think that would be, and I think there's too many people that would be ready to buy that dip if it gets anywhere near, 40, 50, 60K. So yeah, FTX couldn't bring it past 15K, and it would mean the ETFs would be emptied out to zero. Remember, the ETFs have, I can get the exact number on this, but the ETFs have, I believe, 70 billion in custody on Bitcoin, and I think it's about 20 billion of Ethereum. BlackRock alone has like 40 billion. So there is a significant amount of Bitcoin that is still stuck throughout a variety of ecosystems, and I doubt that stuff just completely goes away. But that's what we got there. Dens, thank you for the super chat. Merry Christmas, Amit. What a year it has been. Thanks for everything. Looking forward to your Singapore tour. I am speaking with my uncle about Singapore. It looks like we are definitely going to make it happen, and very excited for that. So thank you, Dens, for the super chat, and thank you for being here. And yeah, really hoping that we end up making this happen in Singapore, and it should be a really fun time. And thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. I think Singapore will be fun. I'll get to go on a grab and see if my investment turns out to be anything as well. So it'll be a good time. And I'll get to see my uncle's lived there for like 10 years, and I haven't seen him in 10 years. I mean, I've seen him in India and the United States, but not in Singapore. So I am definitely excited to go there. Steve, thank you for the $10 super chat. Merry Christmas, Mint and stream. Thanks to everyone, one for the gift of your knowledge this year. I cherish it. Steve, thank you for being here as well. Thank you for the super chat. And Merry Christmas Eve to everyone who is watching and who has been part of the community for the entire year. Vic coming to Singapore before Robinhood. Dude, they said they were coming. They went to Indonesia instead. They went to Indonesia, which is crazy. I thought they were going to do Singapore first. Realistically, I think they just had a better opportunity in Indonesia from the brokerage that they were targeting, and maybe in Singapore it didn't work out. So it makes sense. By the way, speaking of Robinhood, I got some data yesterday. 10,000 banking customers officially have funded their Robinhood banking accounts, 100 million in deposits in the past 2 months. So they're on an annual deposit run rate of 600 million. I think that's going to scale pretty aggressively. It'll probably get to $1 billion by early next year. And so, yeah, Vlad also said they have 600,000 what is it? Banking. 600,000 credit card customers. 600,000 credit card customers. So you have 600,000 people having the card, 10,000 funded accounts, and then $100 million of funding in deposits year to date. So it should play out. Yeah, there's my uncle in the chat. Let's go Singapore. Singapore will be fun. It'll be a fun one. Again, I've never been to Southeast Asia. I've never been to any of the countries in the region. So I am very excited to actually go to the region and see what it's like. And I know Singapore is one of the more exciting companies. Well, it has exciting companies, but exciting countries in the region. So it will be really fun to see it play out. NVIDIA right there, down about 0.4%. Robinhood down 0.3%. Intel down 3.4% on that headline with NVIDIA. Tim Cook bought Nike. He bought, 50,000 shares yesterday. This is really going viral. A lot of people are saying this is the buy signal on Nike. Look, I can't disagree. I mean, this is the second insider at this point buying Nike. You had someone buy $1 million. Now Tim Cook buying $3 million of it. Can't say that the insiders not buying isn't bullish. I mean, it's obviously, but they're buying for one reason. They expect the stock to go up. But Nike's problems are a bit more fundamental in tariffs and in China demand. So I think the reason the insiders are buying is because they think those fundamental problems will be resolved and the stock will re-rate, which is kind of obvious, especially at these levels. I mean, are they really taking Nike to $30, $40 a share, even if Nike's been down 50% over the past 5 years? Probably not, given the core business is still functioning. It's not completely demolished. But is this the contrarian long going into next year, given the earnings that they put up? I can't fault anyone. Yes, he is a board member, which is obviously why people are reporting it. It's not just like he came out of nowhere and said, I'm going to buy something. He's on the board. Maybe there's some Apple Health Nike synergies or stuff or whatever. But I don't know. I can't blame anyone for buying Nike here. I cannot. Now, is this thing going to $70, $80 next year? I don't know. The tariffs get revoked. That could be a short-term catalyst. This goes back to 65, sure. So buying it for a little bit of a pump from 58 to 65, I don't think that's crazy. I just think if you want to establish a real position, not a trading position, you've got to have a lot better of a fundamental understanding of what's going on with Nike. And most people don't. Most people are just buying it because of the insider headlines, which might be enough to buy it. It's like, all right, the insiders are buying, I'm buying too. I just am not the most excited about the buy. However, again, Tim Cook, he's not the type of guy to just shell out millions of dollars on a stock because he's on the board. So obviously he's probably thinking, all right, enough is enough. This thing should be re-rated. And if you agree with him, that's where Nike comes along right here. Also, if China, and here's the other insight that Tim Cook is in China. He's seeing China demand for the iPhone. If he's thinking China demand is going to flip next year as they've introduced a variety of different stimulus packages, then, that could be another reason why maybe he's thinking the Chinese consumer is coming back. And that's why Nike's China Q1 is going to be a lot better. So that could be the argument for Apple. Zeta getting a little bit of a move right here in the pre-market. That's up 3.98%. It did hit 1940. Again, I did the deep dive on Zeta and Reddit last night. I will leave that link in the chat. The TLDR, for those that don't want to read, Reddit is aggressively valued, in my opinion. Zeta is very aggressively undervalued, in my opinion. So I think the reason Zeta has been stuck all year is because it's been a SaaS name, and the SaaS names in general, the IGV has been hit pretty bad. And so all SaaS names outside of Palantir have not been able to catch a bid. But Zeta's at 17 consecutive quarters of beats and raises. There's 8 other companies in the entire stock market that are in the SaaS space that have had 4 years of 20% growth and beat and raises on their operating margins and their revenues. The other 7 have EBITDA multiples greater than 50. Zeta does not. So there's obviously sort of a disconnect between how the market's thinking of their multiple versus their growth. And that's why I think it's a bit more undervalued here. So people can read the deep dive if they're a bit more interested on that. But Reddit, as much as I like the quality of the business, dude, I don't know why people are buying. I mean, you got to really think this thing has room to 350 or 300 by next year. And they've got to really grow to get there. Also, they have a high beta multiple. So if we get any market correction, Reddit's going down. It's just that simple. Zeta's probably going down too, but they don't have a multiple. Reddit has a multiple. And now people might be buying Nike because if we do get a little bit of a market correction, is Nike really going down that much lower price? It's probably going to go down, but maybe 55 is max pain instead of it trading at 70 and it then going back to 55 in a drawdown. And so I can understand why people are rotating a little bit into some of these other levels. So you don't like Reddit? Yeah, I don't like the valuation here. I like Reddit, the company, and I tried to make that clear in the deep dive. Like the company and the moat that they have around user-generated content is real. It's just it's pricing in a lot at this point. And they've got to like really either outgrow expectations or the multiples got to compress for it to be attractive here. And again, the market's recognized what Reddit is. It's up 600% from IPO. So, the market is not necessarily discounting Reddit, but that means if you don't have a position, do you want to get into it when the market has already made the decision that Reddit deserves to get a premium? I think that's the broader question. All right, we got 2 minutes until the market opens. Let's see what people are saying. Do we have red or green in the chat? Let me pull this up. We are at 72% saying green. 72% saying green. Okay. In 2 minutes, we will see if we get this green. Again, December 26th tends to be the second best month of the year for the stock market. And we set up a bit of a foundation yesterday with NVIDIA getting some of the momentum that it also had. Dunkel, thank you for the super chat. Merry Christmas. I've been watching you for over a year now and appreciate all you do. Any thoughts on Fixes and AI industrial play? Thanks. So Fix is a name that I haven't looked at that deeply. Austin in the chat has looked at from an HVAC perspective. So I don't know everything about them, but they've had a massive year. I believe they got into the S&P 500 as well. So this one probably deserves a bigger look as an AI play, but it's been an absolutely incredible year for them. So if you've held on to this one, I think there absolutely is a thesis right here. Question is just going to be where is the upside going into next year? But yeah, this one has worked out. And I definitely do think there's a reason why people have bought this name and why they got included into the S&P 500. All right, folks, here we go. Last day before Christmas. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Got a little bit of momentum yesterday. Time to see if that can continue before we head into the Christmas holiday. Wednesday, December 24th, 9:30 a.m. My mom is downstairs, so I got to ring the bell very loud. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Let's get into it. NVIDIA, 188.14. 188.14. That opens up red on the day. That's down 0.5%. Robinhood, that's down 0.5%. Wow, Rocket Lab. My goodness. Literally going to the moon. 79. It got to 79.80. We'll see if it can actually break through that $80 level. ASTS, they deserve it. Massive Bluebird launch yesterday in India. Congratulations to the space mob. This stock was at $2 a year and a half ago. I mean, you really have to believe in the thesis. It is a retail winner. It is not a meme stock. It is a company that has fundamentals that are supporting it. Aggressive multiple, for sure. 1,700 times price to sales. But they are actually doing real shit in the world. And that's why they're getting recognized by the market. 92 on ASTS. That's up 8% on the day. Rocket Lab right there at 79.24. UiPath, that's up 7%. They got included into the S&P 400 mid caps. So that's why UiPath is getting some of that love. VG, look at that, 720, maybe normalizing the sevens right there. That's up 2.25%. Google's down on the day, 0.5%. Meta is flat. MicroStrategy down 0.5%. Grab holding 5. Tesla 486, getting some love. Palantir flat on the day. Boeing is flat. SoFi 27.25. That goes green. Netflix below 93. That's down. Baba 150. That's flat. Next Decade is down. VG is up. So a little bit of divergence right there. on those two plays. Iran goes down. That means Nebius is probably down. Nebius is not down yet, but it is flat. It looks like it might go down. Robin at 119. NVIDIA goes down, unfortunately. If NVIDIA can't reverse and break through 190, it's going to be tough for a lot of these names to get some momentum. Zeta, that's up 4%, 1914. That's green. Reddit, that's flat. Nebius, again, right there at 90. S&P 688, very close to breaking through 688.50, which is that all-time high. Where are the Qs? The Qs are at 622.27. That's up 0.03%. Apple, are we green? Apple's going to have a really good holiday season. I think the market might start pricing that in. 273.64. That's a 0.44% on Apple. Nike, after that insider buy, 4%. Tim Cook giving some confidence to the market, 59.40 on Nike as that one goes green. What about PayPal? A little bit of green on PayPal, 59.60. That is up. Fly Aerospace, that's up 4%. Rock Lab and ASTS continuing to lead the way, 77.82 on Rock Lab. ASTS now 91.50 on the day. The NVIDIA news this morning with Intel, again, I don't think that was that big of a deal for NVIDIA, more of a deal for Intel. Intel down about 2% right there, but it is recovering. It was already down more than that in the pre-market, so nothing too crazy there. AMD getting a little bit of love. Broadcom hit 350 pre-markets. Broadcom loses 350 as the market opens, 348 as that one opens red. Silver and gold, these two are continuing. Silver 71.89, gold 44.82, so not seeing too much of a difference right there. But those are holding on to some of their excitement. The 10-year down a little bit, which is nice. By the way, the Bitcoin ETF, 62 billion. I'm looking at it right now, 62 billion in custody by the Bitcoin ETF. So a decent chunk that's being held by the ETFs. Bitcoin is 87,000. That one is also going down. That one is also going down. China's Zhejiang Copper has agreed to buy copper miners sold gold in a deal that values the company at a little over $1 billion. You know what's so funny about the freaking copper miners? And my uncle can attest to this because we were talking about this in October. There's a copper miner called Freeport McRowan. I'm probably saying it wrong, but some of you guys probably know. I think it's ticker symbol FCX. We legit started doing DD on these guys, like real DD on these guys at around 40. And we were like, dude, there might be a play here. But then I chickened out because I was like, I don't know if copper is really going to make the move. Copper ended up making the move. Freeport ended up going to 50. We never bought, at least I never bought in. And my uncle held on to CopEx, which is just the global ETF for copper miners. Bought this thing at like 55. That's at 73 now. So it makes sense that the Chinese are making moves for copper. Copper is actually going to be something that's an important commodity in data centers. And I knew this back then, but I didn't have enough faith that copper would really make the move. And maybe it's because I'm too biased towards stocks and, you know, I know what it takes for a stock to make a move, whereas for a commodity, I'm just not that well versed in that area. But if you took a chance on any of the commodities, they continue to do very well. And they've absolutely made the move. S&P 500, 688. NVIDIA breaking above 188, which is nice. NVIDIA right there, back above 188, trying to get to 189 as well. Yeah, they mine in Australia. They're based in Arizona. We spent a good 2 weeks looking at it. Like, we really looked at it. And I was just like, I've never invested in a copper miner before. Like, am I really going to do this right now? It's just, it felt like way too much risk for an area of core competency that I just didn't have. But it's done well. It's done well. That has been the trade. I mean, really, the trade of the last 5 months has been commodities. It's not been stocks. It's definitely not been crypto. It's definitely not been the data center trades, as all of those are down. I think buying the dip on the data center trades makes sense. But if you got in 5 months ago, you're down 50%. So CoreWeave down from 150. A lot of it really has been commodities. CoreWeave right there, $80 on the day. Nike 59.70. That's up 4%. Apple 274, and then Nebius at 90.52. Tesla, are we red? Tesla goes red, hit 483. Now trying to get back to 484. VG 740 on VG. She's trying. I mean, if she could really bust through sevens, that would be impressive. But VG making a move right here. This thing was at what, $6 2 weeks ago? I bought it at 624, I think was my price, 620-ish. So you got VG at 730, making a big move right there. 5% on the day. Volume in general for the market is relaxed. I'm not seeing any crazy volume spikes, but it's not like completely abysmal volume either. S&P 500, 688. Is ETH tanking? ETH is, wow, yeah. Look at that. It's about to lose 2,900. That means BMNR is probably at 27, 28 on BMNR. Bitcoin just lost 87. Wow, 86.7. I mean, they're basically keeping it within a range between 86 and 90. At least that's what it's been like over the past couple of weeks. But they're completely dumping it as the market's open. Micron all-time highs. This has actually been the stock trade of the past couple months. This one right here. Look at Micron. My goodness. And the reason I say it's the stock trade is because it had a fundamental thesis. So it's not like you were speculating. Right? Like Micron's like a legit player. And then they put up one of the best earnings. They put up the best semiconductor earnings outside of NVIDIA. Bar none, the best semiconductor earnings outside of NVIDIA. And the reason they're up right now is because SK Hynix and Samsung raised their HBM prices by 20% last night. Micron didn't really react to that last night, but now as the market's open, Micron's reacting to it. And the reason they raised their memory prices is because of the NVIDIA H200 shipments to China. So the memory companies have more leverage and essentially bargaining power here, and NVIDIA is going to have to pay. So that's why Micron is making a move right there, up 3%, 284 on Micron. That is now an all-time high. Quantum stocks, are those getting hit? Yeah, those are getting hit. D-Wave was down 10% yesterday, now down about 3% on the day. So you're seeing some of the quantum stocks take a little bit of a beating. Oklo, nuclear stocks, Oklo below 80, also taking a bit of a beating, down 2.65%. SMR down 1%. And then Bloom Energy, that one is also down 2%. What about Costco? What is Costco doing? Costco's up 1%. Not sure where Costco's up 1%. I mean, they had a good earnings, but Costco's relatively flat since then. ASTS, is it holding its level? By the way, ASST, this thing that started pumping on Twitter like a month ago because of a certain individual who kept disclosing that he's buying shares. You got to be really careful with this stuff, guys. When someone is actively posting that they're buying hundreds of thousands of shares a day, like they're trying to do something. And it rhymes with Gump, if you know what I mean. And so a lot of bag holders on this thing from 130 that's been created. I mean, it'll come back if Bitcoin comes back, but obviously that one single person pumping it has not been the best thing for the stock right here. So ASST, that one continues to go down. ASTS, 85. Wow, ASTS loses the pump. Loses the pump. Completely loses the pump right there. 85.95. That's down 0.35%. All right. So, I mean, at least it got some. But again, while it was pumping at the market open, I did mention their price to sales was 1,700. Now their price to sales is a nice 1,650. So price to sales came down a little bit. But this is the issue with a lot of the multiple base stocks that are super high beta. There's a real thesis, but man, at some point, the multiple becomes aggressive. Now, again, ASTS doesn't have to go down to 30, 40 bucks. No. And it would still have a crazy multiple at those levels. But it also means a lot of the pumps sometimes just get faded pretty easily. And I think that's the example of what we're seeing today. Rock Lab right there also going red. 1.62% is down here. Ondas, how about that one? That is up a little bit, 899. A lot of high beta names getting hit. Quantum, nuclear, space. I mean, what's up? NVIDIA still red. The fact that Costco's green means that it's a little bit of a high beta sell-off, I would imagine. Crypto, obviously, going red. Tesla, potentially losing 480. Intel still down 2%. I mean, PayPal, Nike, and Costco and Apple are green. Those are, Apple's not really a value stock, but that's more of your value plays. Zeta's holding its 4%, which is nice. You would imagine that would be sold off with the rest of the high beta names. And then the S&P kind of holding on to a little bit of green. AMD right there at 250. It is a low volume day. That's also part of it. AppLovin, 729. Costco got a price update this morning. BMNR price action disappointing. Okay, so here's the strategy on BMNR. I think the way to navigate this, let me pull this up so I make sure I get the numbers right. I think honestly, what I'm going to do here is exactly what I did on HUD. I'm just going to hedge it. And I'm going to hedge it by selling deep in the money calls that collect a fat premium And if the stock massively runs, you at best you make a profit. At worst, you break even on this name. And if it ends up staying flat, then you're protected for the entirety of the year. So I think there's some ways to hedge against this. I mean, one simple one, and we could talk about this a little bit more in depth, but I mean, you can, if anyone has, like, let's say your average is around 42, 43, my average is around 45. You can sell the $28 in the money covered call for January 15, 2027, collect 12.15 a premium. I would probably wait to sell it when it's like 32, 33. Maybe that would help. And you can get a break even on this thing of 40 going into January of next year. And you would collect $12.50 a premium today. So let's say you've DCA'd enough to the point where your average is 41, 42. And I think that's reasonable given a lot of people started buying this thing in the 50s. And so they probably DCA'd enough for it to be in the low 40s. I mean, you're break even in a year and you've collected a lot of premium while you're waiting. That is one way to hedge the BMNR position, especially if ETH does nothing. If ETH does go down, you're protected for another 28 minus 12, 16. You're protected up to $16 theoretically. If it actually does end up falling that much, which, I mean, if ETH goes to 1800, I mean, like, yeah, that would be possible. Now, granted, Jason and I were talking about this last night on Technical Tuesday. If ETH does go down to 1800, and that was the price target from Sean Farrell, which is the crypto guy on Tom Lee's team, that's not a random target. I mean, it has bounced many times from that level. So that would be a buy. That would be a screaming buy if it actually gets to that. That's probably like Bitcoin around 60,000. I mean, that's where I think buyers come in unless crypto is completely dead and stablecoins, tokenization, that entire thesis is dead. If that's not the case, you buy at those levels. But selling those deep in the money calls gives you the premium right now, the income, to be able to buy if it does get that low. So I think that's one of the ways to potentially navigate BMNR going into next year. Now, the thing that could happen is it could rip as, crypto ends up not being in a winter, and that could be a totally different scenario. But if you are concerned, and just like any call, right? Like Jason did this in the money call strategy on Tesla as well. He sold 150. He sold $400 calls on Tesla, and he got $150 a premium. So he's essentially selling his Tesla at $550. And he feels comfortable with that because Tesla's never got to $550. It's going to be hard to sustain $550 if it does get there. Maybe it rips to $700 or something, but you have to be okay with selling some of your position at that level if you're going to do the strategy. And if you're not, you're protected up until almost 310 for Jason as a break even on that Tesla position. Which if Tesla does collapse to 310, obviously the market has collapsed, and that would not be the worst thing in the world. Everyone is forgetting BMNR will be generating revenue that will give them a higher multiple. Yeah, I mean, they're going to start staking early in January as well, which is definitely a massive catalyst. And that could be upwards of almost essentially $600 to $800 million of revenue per year. They can use that to do a lot of good things for them, buy back the stock, buy more Ethereum, etc. VG holding on to a 4% move. But if you are deeply scared of crypto going into next year, I think that's a strategy. Or you just sell the stock and take the loss. I mean, that's another thing. But I think collecting some premium here, it could either be a tax loss harvest as a hedge, or it could be a delta neutral hedge within the money calls, and you can use the premium to do something else. PayPal getting a little bit of a bolt right there, 59.63. Apple at 275 almost, and then Nike still at 59.68. What strike would you sell covered calls on for Palantir? So if you're doing in the money, you have to ask yourself what's giving you the best premium and the best exit price. If you're doing out of the money, you're doing it more for income. It depends where you think Palantir can go next year, right? So if $100 is giving you $100 a premium and you think Palantir tops out at 200, you would do $100. If you think Palantir can get to like 230, 240, and the 170 or 150 call gives you $70, $80 a premium, that's what you would do. For Palantir next year, I don't know. The thing about Palantir that's confusing is the stock is already trading at a pretty aggressive multiple, and the fact that it's holding their multiple even after the high beta drawdown is pretty incredible. They're going to have to either keep up this growth or reaccelerate it again in 2025. And if they do reaccelerate from like 63% to 70% or something like that, I think the street keeps giving them the multiple because there's just no other software company that's growing at these levels with these margins. If there is a little bit of lightness on growth, aka the growth is good, but it's not spectacular like it was in Q3, I mean, the multiple is aggressive. And we all know the multiple is aggressive. So the question simply becomes, how much is the street willing to give them on that on that multiple. Now, if NVIDIA collapses, I think Palantir is going to collapse. The broader question should be, why would NVIDIA collapse? And given the earnings growth, I don't think NVIDIA collapses. But if you have a broad market meltdown, you know, we saw Palantir at 147. Tesla just hit below 480. We saw NVIDIA get to 169. So, I mean, we can see those prices again if we have that 5-10% pullback. If we don't and they accelerate their growth, I know the multiple's up there, but I think they have a shot to keep that multiple going into 2026. Micron still moving. Wow, 286 hit 287, up 4% on the day. Is anyone taking profits here on Micron, or are people holding on? I mean, their forward PE still is less than 10, or a little bit above 10. This is one of those stocks where, like, yeah, it's made a massive move, but like it's still cheap enough where you don't necessarily think you have to sell this. You would only be selling it because you need to book some profits, not because it's getting ridiculously overvalued and you need to get out of it, which is actually one of the best situations to be in a stock. It's not easy to find a stock that goes up massively, still is cheap, and you don't really feel the pressure to sell because you know that the market's not going to let go of their multiple because they don't even have that much of a multiple. It's always it's an amazing situation when you find stocks like that. And Micron has turned into one of those stocks. ASTS now red for the day, 3% down. So whoever bought that 6% breakout is now bag holding some of those shares. Rocket Lab as well, down about 1%. It's cheap because it's cyclical. Yes, this is the reason that Micron has never been able to get a sort of premium valuation. But their earnings made it feel like they're not that cyclical. I mean, those earnings were just unbelievable. So I guess the question is going to be, how much does the street believe in the ability for them to hedge against cyclicality? D-Wave right there, that's down 4%. Quantum still getting hit. Bitcoin still getting hit. 86.8 has not made a move back above that 87.5 level. The fact that PayPal, Nike, and Apple are green shows you a little bit more of a high beta drawdown. NVIDIA loses 188, 187.89 on YouTube. Kevin, thanks for the super chat. $11,320 puts was bought yesterday for Google that expires Jan 30th. I think you mean sold, because 320 is higher than the current stock price. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of those flows could be super signaling something super bullish. It could also be hedging a different type of position that they have. Like it could technically be hedging a short that they have on this. I will say, from the option flows that I've seen, January is turning out to be a month where traders are betting a lot of bullish momentum will happen. Now, will they be right? Time will tell. Obviously, we've got that shutdown that we have to deal with, and we have the general January volatility. But I was looking at a couple charts yesterday. January is the best month in the stock market outside of December. And it's kind of counterintuitive because people tend to sell in January for taxes. But January tends to be the second best month of the year outside of December. And so, I mean, if we were to get a Santa Claus rally that leads into January, even if it's a head fake going in, which it was exactly a head fake. I mean, last year, it was literally the Trump inauguration. January was amazing. Everything was all-time highs. And then February, we topped out right before Valentine's Day. And then we kind of started having the tariff drawdown. I mean, maybe that happens again, but it does feel like January could be relatively bullish across the board. Which is why maybe some of this stuff that people are thinking of doing, whether it's selling, hedging, etc., maybe just wait for a better price to do that. Nike right there at 59.82. Lululemon down on the day. That's down 1%. Broadcom holding on to a little bit of green, but still down. ASTS down 3%. And then Costco up 1% on the day. Wow. New 52-week low on MicroStrategy. My goodness. This has been bad. This one has not worked out. This has been bad. Did I say on YouTube? What do you mean? Did I say on YouTube? Did I mean to say on the stock market, or did I say on? Wait, what did I say on YouTube for? Did I say January is the best month on YouTube or something? That's ridiculous. MSCR is still down. Path is up because of the S&P, the S&P 400 that it got included into last night. No, January is not the best month on YouTube. It's the best month for the stock market. Of course, I said it on YouTube, but no, it's not YouTube. NVIDIA is down on YouTube. Oh, on NVIDIA, you said on YouTube? I got to find that clip. Hold on. That's hilarious. That's... Okay, well, I meant to say in the stock market, but maybe YouTube as well. Tesla goes down 41. Tesla, same thoughts I have on Tesla with the other high beta names. I mean, again, the high beta names, if you're buying them here, you're either buying the breakout because you think it keeps going, or you're staying flat because you don't know if they can hold their multiples. And it's not just Tesla, it's any name, Rocket Lab, all these companies, which they could have their own thematics for why they could be good next year. But do you buy the breakout, and do you hold on to a stock with a very aggressive multiple? Like SoFi, I don't think it has a crazy multiple. Zeta, I don't think it has a crazy multiple. There's a lot of names that I don't think have crazy multiples that I think are buys. There's other names that just have, there's just the burden of proof for them to hold up their multiple is tougher going into next year. And I think the same exists with Tesla. Now, granted, the macro argument around Tesla, around FSD and Optimus and all this stuff, that is a long-term thing that you just have to ignore the valuation every time to buy the stock there. But if it's dead money next year, then you can't be mad, right? Because you're buying it for a much broader vision than just like the next 2 months of action. My average on Tesla is 35. I'm not selling. So I agree with this. I think anyone with an average that is that amazing on Tesla, $35, that's like a lottery ticket at this point. That's like your average on Palantir is $10. You don't sell no matter how badly you want to sell it. I think unless you really need the money for something, I think you keep those stocks forever, because the way our markets work now with all the excitement and momentum and technology-driven innovation is that these stocks get a higher premium, and that premium can collapse or contract, but it happens for an amount of time that is not forever. So like if Tesla contracts its premium and goes down to 300, I mean, the amount of people that would buy that dip at 300, and if you're at 35, you're still sitting on a 10x. Like, there is no need to be scared. Now, if your average is 450, that's a different question. This is where I do think cost basis offers a margin of safety to not have to worry so much about hedging or selling, because I mean, you're good if the thing drops. Like, you just hold on for the ride. And you're in a pretty generational company where long-term they likely will execute. Hims, how's that one doing? Hims, this one's been a disaster over the past couple months as well. Hims 34. I mean, the Novo news probably wasn't good for them either, given they compete in that same area. Hims down about 2% right here. Julie says, great point, but I'm drawn in by the backdrop at your parents' place. Very nice. Dude, you guys got to see what my mom did downstairs in the basement. She turned it into a freaking walk-in closet. The whole basement, like the entire basement, is her walk-in closet. She's had this dream for like 30 years to have a walk-in closet. Yeah, that entire basement is a walk-in closet. I get my creativity, I get my work ethic from my dad, and I get my creativity from my mom. And she's very creative when it comes to decorating the house and like designing stuff. So that's why the backgrounds are the way they are. D-Wave still down 3, CoreWeave down 1, CoreWeave loses 80. Nike 60, look at that. Timmy Cook telling everyone subliminally it's time to buy the stock and just do it. You got Nike right there at 60. SPY, are we pumping SPY? Oh, we're actually getting a little bit of pump on SPY. This is all-time highs. We just hit all-time highs. Yep. I know it doesn't feel like it, but we just hit all-time highs. 688.70 on the S&P. Trump just tweeted. Oh, boy. What did he say? Did he actually tweet? Okay, this is from a couple hours ago, but he says Stephen Colbert is a pathetic train wreck with no talent or success. He's a dead man walking. CBS should put him to sleep now. It is the humanitarian thing to do. Okay. And then he tweeted Merry Christmas after that. Only Trump can say this guy's a pathetic train wreck who should be put to sleep by CBS and then say Merry Christmas afterwards. But one thing I will say on that is that, Paramount owns CBS. Paramount's run by Warner Brothers. Paramount employs Stephen Colbert. If you've ever watched the Stephen Colbert show late night, he's not a fan of Trump. So, Trump's basically wielding his influence here and sending a message to Larry Ellison to get rid of Stephen Colbert because he's talking shit about Trump every day at late night. And this is going back to the whole Paramount Warner Brothers thing. They think their relationship is going to get them leverage. They literally said, we think we have a better regulatory framework to complete the deal. And I don't know if Trump loves CBS as much as they think he does. So maybe that's not necessarily going to be the easiest way for it to play out. Micron right there, 286. That's still holding 3%. Broadcom getting a little bit of a breakout at 352. 352 for Broadcom. S&P still hitting, or trying to hit all-time highs. Again, we did hit 690. That was last week, but that was after hours, so it technically doesn't count. We hit 688.50 last night, and now we hit 688.70 on the day. So 689 would be a legitimate all-time high if we can get there. Coinbase also down as well. And that is red with the crypto names. Coinbase right there. Wow, 238. Yeah, I don't see Coinbase as the play for next year. I really don't get this business. Phenomenal company. They're doing amazing stuff. But at the end of the day, they're just a crypto proxy, just like MicroStrategy. It's just they're a better proxy than MSTR because MSTR literally depends on the price going up. Coinbase has a business where they collect fees. But I don't know why people are excited for this next year if crypto is going to be bad. Now, again, Robinhood has the same issues, but Robinhood's a bit more diversified. There's a lot. There's banking, there's equities, there's a lot of different other things Robinhood does, which still can get hit pretty bad if crypto gets hit bad. That's for sure very possible. But Coinbase has nothing other than crypto. So until tokenized stocks and prediction markets create any meaningful volume for them, where they introduced it last week. The idea that it ramps up volume that quickly, we just don't know. If you're bullish Bitcoin, you buy it. But if you're a little bit more bearish on crypto, I don't think Coinbase is a buy for next year. At least not for now. Yeah, Kraken's going public next year. There's going to be more competition as well. Tanner likes Coinbase. Well, I think he likes the long term on Coinbase. I don't know if he likes like the next year potential of Coinbase. Because again, if we do get forget crypto winter, if we just get crypto stagnation, like none of the crypto stocks are going to do well. SoFi, by the way, going red. Like SoFi literally added crypto to be a boost to their business. And as soon as they add crypto goes stagnant. Unless there's volume and excitement around trading this thing, there's no money to be made. So same thing for BlackRock. They don't get that much money they don't make more money on fees because they don't have enough people buying the asset. So realistically, this thing's got to move next year, up or down, for the brokerages to make fees. But if it goes down, the brokerages will make a one-time fee and then people will stop trading. So their fees kind of stop coming in. If it goes up, they make a lot of money. But that entire business model is contingent on crypto doing well. Netflix right there, 92.80. That one down below 93 as well. Do you hold any ETFs? No, but next year the goal is to start finally buying the S&P 500. I feel like I should probably start doing the DCA into that thing. In terms of ETFs, my philosophy on ETFs is, Steve actually said something really smart yesterday on his debate with Chris, which was a fun debate about if there's an AI bubble or not. Steve said my biggest hedge against the market is my holdings in the S&P, which I thought made a lot of sense. Like if you have a massive position in the S&P 500, like, let's say it's 50% of your net worth or something like that. Like it's a big part of it. And you've been buying for the past 10 years. Realistically, markets, when they have a bear market, you get a 20% drawdown. Maybe things get worse. Like in terms of a sustained drawdown, that's like in the recent time, we've seen 20, 25%, maybe 30%, but that recovers relatively quickly. But at least we've had a sustained 19% drawdown in 2022. People can handle a 20% drawdown on a massive portfolio inside of an index. People cannot handle 50 to 70% drawdowns especially when they're on leverage on individual stocks. That'll blow up your account. So I think part of the reason of building a ETF portfolio, like a total market index portfolio, is just like all the random stuff you do in individual stocks can be hedged by the broader market, which will go down. It just will never go down as much as your individual stocks. And so that's part of the reason why I want to buy more, but also I think it's time to just start doing what you should be doing, which is DCAing into the actual S&P 500. But in terms of like SMH or Hack, the cybersecurity ETF and stuff like that, I'd rather try to find individual winners versus the ETFs, because a lot of those ETFs have a lot of names that are just not worth your capital. Which means you got to do the research to find the names that are. And that stuff's hard, right? But that's why it's also a game that we'll continue to play. I would just buy SPY. That's it. There's a lot of different versions of the S&P 500, but I would keep it very, very, very simple. That's false security. With your skills, you can do better than the S&P 500. I think that's very fair. I just think there is a level of psychological safety that comes and mental peace that comes with knowing you've got this nest egg that at worst is going to go down 20% in a year. And if it does, that means the entire economy is getting hurt pretty bad, but that should be the max. And that's probably your time to buy, But some of these individual stocks, when they get hit bad, they get hit bad. And if I'm going to be playing individual stocks for the rest of my life, I will have to experience those drawdowns. So having a portion of the portfolio that's not being drawn down as much like the S&P, I think is not crazy. What do you think about Bloom Energy? I still do not fully understand this name as well as I need to. I know Dumb Money did a podcast on it. I need to watch their podcast. This is a 30-second clip they put out about it last night, but I'll have to watch their entire podcast to get a better understanding of it.
The big attraction for a Bloom Energy box is its speed to compute. If you get a Bloom Energy box, you can speed up the build out of your data center by many, many, many months. It could be 6 months, 12 months time savings. So they already have the speed to compute. They have more CapEx in some ways on the front end, but ultimately they end up saving you money in the long term. So essentially, as much as they could produce of these Bloom boxes over the next few years, you could theoretically put out a thesis that says that their growth should be near infinite, only capped by their ability to actually manufacture boxes. The big attraction.
See, I didn't even know that Bloom Energy makes boxes. I know nothing about this company. But I like Chris. He is a good friend, and I think he's a very smart guy. So if he's saying to really look at it, then I think it is absolutely worth a look. So I'll take a look. I mean, it's in the energy theme, which we know is going to be demanding a lot more excitement next year. I mean, it has to. There's no way we can have AI without the energy. Lulu down on the day. Hoodie goes green. A little bit of green on hood. Is Bitcoin rebounding? Bitcoin is kind of almost at 87. At S&P all-time highs might be the reason why hood's getting a move right here. Which again is the difference between hood and Coinbase. Like the S&P going up isn't necessarily the best for Coinbase because they're not making money off people trading the S&P, whereas hood is. But Bitcoin going up sometimes is more correlated with the broader market going up, and maybe that's what we're seeing. S&P, she's trying for 689, right back to 688.70. She's really trying to get it there. Why not the Qs versus the S&P? Well, the Qs are super tech heavy. So I don't think the Qs are wrong. And quite frankly, there might not be a difference because if you're buying the S&P, you're basically buying the Mag 7. But I think the S&P is it's more diverse, right? The Qs have 100 companies. The S&P has 500. And although there's a lot of junk in the S&P, there's a lot of names that don't make the Qs, but are a lot safer than the Qs. So, or safer than the names that are in the Qs. And so, I mean, I don't think there's any issue with the Qs either. It's just, I'm just thinking of like the broad market index, S&P 500 right there. By the way, I just saw this morning, and this is something to point out to everybody. Part of the reason we've gotten some good economic data is because they're hiding a lot of shit. Okay. We don't get job unemployment until January 9th. Housing starts until January 9th. And then these are the things that have been delayed to mid-January. CPI and PPI, new home sales, retail sales, business inventories, international transactions, and real earnings. So we are missing a lot of data that we were supposed to get basically this week. And we did get some really good data this week. PCE, CPI last week, but there's a lot of other stuff that we were missing. And when we get this stuff in November, that is also a little bit of my fear of January. When this stuff pops in January, gold just went red on the day. Does it end up being bad? And if it is bad and you've got the shutdown looming, those are the two ways I could see January being a little bit of a hiccup, especially because I don't trust the government officials to come to an agreement on the healthcare subsidies. Shutdown chances are still at 30% right now on call sheet. So, I mean, that's definitely one thing to think about. But then again, maybe that data is good. So maybe it's delayed, but maybe it's good. And even if it is delayed, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world, which would, I think, really help them, because the markets are really shaky about the quality of data and the structure of how we got this data. If they can start believing in that data a little bit more, that would be exciting. Micron right here going for 290, 288 on Mr. Micron. Since Robinhood has shorting now, will he be shorting stocks? No, I do not know how to short stocks. If I'm really bearish on a stock, I probably would just buy a put and do it the easy way, which is I could lose the premium I pay, but I can't lose an infinite amount of money, which is what shorting entails. And two, there's no stock out there that I'm like. Also, guys, there's so many inverse ETFs. Like, I feel like shorting is a very sophisticated tool for people. Like, if you're super bearish on something, there's likely an inverse ETF. Like, if you're super bullish AMD, there's an inverse AMD. So if you want to, go short AMD for whatever reason, you can just by buying a stock that goes the inverse. Now, there's things about NAV decay, NAV erosion, all that stuff, but there's also a lot of nuances to shorting. And I think it's easier to understand how to buy the inverse of something that you think is overvalued versus actually going short, which introduces a ton of different risks. So there's no stock in the market that I think like legitimately needs to be shorted to the point where I would have to learn how to short. I do want to learn how to short one day. I just don't think I should try right now. I asked this question to Jason last night, and you can put it in the chat. What is the one stock if you had to short in 2027? Short being even psychologically, even if you don't literally short it. What would be that stock? What is the one stock that you think could hedge your entire portfolio with a massive short position? Or even sector, stock or sector? Because I think there's a bunch of candidates out there, but I don't necessarily think there's like a glaring obvious one, because a lot of them are going to fall together if they do fall. And time is going to tell if we end up having that market meltdown to get there. Oklo. We got a lot of Tesla bears right here. Tesla, Quantum, Palantir, Carvana. Dude, Carvana is crazy. But everyone who's tried to short this thing has failed every time. Look at that. 441. Close to its 52-week high. Goodness gracious. Hims and Lemonade. Well, Hims, okay, Lemonade maybe, even though Lemonade's not a super expensive stock. I don't know if it's like the short of the year. Hims is already down 50%. I mean, unless Hims is going back to $15. I don't know if Hims is the best short here. Open Door. Okay. I mean, yes, but also Open Door has a cult that is not selling the stock. So, I mean, now granted, if they don't produce a profit anytime soon, the street might start actually punishing them. But there's a lot of people that are still excited for Open Door. OpenAI after IPO. So I don't think that's going to happen next year. I think that's going to happen in 2027. But I do think a lot of the IPOs next year are not going to be things that should create a ton of excitement at least a couple months after, if they get the IPO at their valuations. I mean, either the growth's going to have to be amazing and they're going to have to keep holding it up, or there's going to be a drawdown. And that's when you buy the IPO. Like when that thing after 6 months, 7 months actually takes a meaningful hit, Like Figma, like buying Figma at 30 is way better than buying Figma at 150, but there were millions of people buying it at 150 and 130 the day it went public. S&P, did we touch 689? We did touch 689. 689 on the S&P. We did indeed touch it. Okay, I wouldn't short Meta. Meta's a bit aggressive. I think Meta is not a stock to short. Even Tesla, a lot of these names, again, like you could think they're shortable, but they're not really good shorts, even if you don't agree with the valuation, like a Tesla. And a Meta, I think it's hard to argue the valuation. Now, like an Open Door, I understand if you think there's nothing there. But even the HIMS, dude, it's down 50%. Like, where's your alpha inside of the short? Like, you've got to be really bare. You got to think it's basically a fraud at that point for this thing to lose another 50%, which I think if you're shorting a stock, it has to go down by 50%. Like, realistically, if you're shorting a stock and it goes down 10%, you could have just bought puts or not even gone through the trouble of it. So, like, if you're shorting it, you're calling a bubble on a stock when you're shorting it. If you're really putting on a meaningful short. Rivian, by the way, up a little bit on the day as well. And some of these names, I still think some of these, I mean, part of the bull case for 2026 is some of these names are already down so much. Like Microsoft's down from 550, dude. Like, are we really putting Microsoft back into the 430s? Maybe, but I don't know if that's a short candidate at these levels. I wouldn't short Quantum. I wouldn't do it. I think just like Open Door, Quantum. First of all, I think Quantum is more legit than Open Door, quite frankly. Like Open Door, I still don't understand why the hell anyone thinks there's profitability on the horizon. And even if there is, I don't know how they sustain profitability. Quantum, at least there's some technology there that theoretically could play out. But just like Open Door, there's a cult around Quantum that I don't think you short. Which is why Tesla's surprising to me, because the Tesla cult, I mean, like, you don't short a cult like Tesla. Rango says valuation is the worst reason to short, macro is the best reason to short. Agreed. Because valuations, I mean, a lot of the valuations on a lot of these names, Oklo's valuation doesn't make sense. But is it a short at 80 after it's fallen from 183? I mean, realistically, Oklo didn't fall because of valuation. Oklo fell because the crypto liquidations triggered an entire high beta sell-off, and then Oklo's multiple just couldn't sustain it. But it was a macro-driven event that ruined the high beta upswing that started on October 10th. Like, people just didn't wake up on October 15th and said Oklo's overvalued. On October 10th, we had 20 billion of crypto liquidations, the most in the past 5 years. And that's what started all risk assets to get under pressure. But the S&P 500, because it's filled with quality, is now at all-time highs at 689.05, even though Oklo's down 50%. So that is why an ETF has 500 companies and doesn't allow really, really crappy companies to get into the ETF, because it can recover. But Oklo could go to zero, and I don't think the market would necessarily care. We also had Trump talking about soybeans on that day, which messed up everything. Yeah, I mean, how many people have tried to short Palantir over the past 3 years, and it has just not worked? And again, does Palantir have an aggressive multiple? Of course. But I think they've showed the growth this year to at least get everyone who agrees that it's a crazy multiple to also agree at the same time it's crazy growth. And so you could hate the multiple, but you absolutely cannot deny that there's something very real there. It's just the market has elevated its realness to such an extent that it becomes one of, quite frankly, the greatest stories in stock market history in terms of how this company has been able to achieve this multiple. And I think for management, it's tough, right? Because for management, like, I don't think they wanted it this fast either. Like, if you look into their SEC filings, they expected $70 as per their stock-based compensation targets that they had by 2030. Stock's at 200. So if you're management, you're not, because you can't buy back the stock right here. We know, like, they can't buy back. That's not going to be doing anything for shareholders. They're still diluting 4% a year because they have to issue new shares to new talent that's coming in. And the RSUs that someone's getting when they join Palantir, and if their strike price is at 190, I mean, look, that's a pretty aggressive strike price. And in tech, your RSUs are everything. I met a guy at Robinhood who got his RSUs at $40, and he was flat on them for 2 years because the stock fell to 8. And then finally the stock has made a move, and now he's above water. But like, it's a tough place for management too, but they can't control it. It's the market, If the market decides to give Palantir a bigger premium, then they're going to give Palantir a premium. And the insiders have sold as much stock as you could possibly imagine in Palantir. I mean, these guys have taken out billions of profits, and the market does not care. It was quite funny because I remember when Peter Thiel started selling at 2025 and the stock didn't budge. Like the stock didn't even move. I think this was November of 23. And that was my first hint of something is going on right now. For him to sell, I think he sold like 2 billion worth of stock or something, and the market didn't even care. I was like, okay, there's bigger forces that are getting involved now. It's not about the insiders. They don't even care that they're selling. There was just a different trajectory the stock was about to go on. And so, shorting on valuation sometimes doesn't end up being the right option here. MSTR is a short. I don't know if MSTR is a short. It's already down more than 50%. Same thing with BM&R. Like, I could understand those being short targets, but you've got to bet crypto completely gets hit again next year, which is possible. But I think the funny thing for them to do is V-shape early on into next year. It's just, again, every time I try to get bullish on crypto as an asset class, I remember that we are in the best conditions for crypto to do well. Quantitative easing starting again, at least to an extent. You got rate cuts, central banks across the world engaging in monetary easing. I mean, you have all the access to crypto on Robinhood and Coinbase and Kraken. Every company is out there promoting the ability to trade this thing. Retail is not back at all. I mean, your taxi driver does not care about Bitcoin. They probably care more about NVIDIA. And so the question then becomes, where do the flows come from? And I think it's going to take some time to see where that actually happens going into next year. AMD, that's up a little bit right here. S&P, dude, we're getting a real move right here. 689.22. Volume is only 7 million shares, so volume is severely depressed today. But it's looking like she's trying for 690. What else? All right, let's look at some of the other headlines. What else do we have? I think we have a couple of pieces of data internationally, even if not in the United States. BM&R still flat on the day. Oh, Coinbase is getting sued for their prediction markets in 3 different states. Okay, so Robinhood's probably going to get sued soon as well. Coinbase down 1.6%. All right, so those are getting sued. We talked about the Samsung and SK Hynix memory units. 65% gross margins is being projected on those. They're increasing prices by 20%. OpenAI and ads, we talked about that. Jobless claims down 10,000 from expectations. Wow. The Department of Justice just called someone a dope on X. Someone said, why would the DOJ publicly release something that's fake? They're talking about the Epstein files. The DOJ says, because the law requires us to release all documents related to Jeffrey and Epstein in our possession, so that's what we are doing, you dope. Are you suggesting we break the law? Okay. That is, I guess, the intern that's running the Department of Justice in the United States of America. You dope. That's what... Dude, this Epstein stuff, I mean, again, it is, if anyone's gone through the files, which there's plenty of videos if you don't want to actually go through the files to get a summary of the files, it is bad. Like, we thought, like, we all knew when it was going to get released, it would be bad. It is worse than I think what we all thought it was going to be. Like, it's bad. Like, it's bad to the point where that crazy friend that had a conspiracy theory that XYZ was controlling the world and this was like they were right about that theory. Everyone has that friend. I have 2 of those friends that I know very well that have had that theory for like the past 5 years. They were dead right. What can you say? They were dead right. Like, it is worse than you could, and the reason it's worse than you could possibly imagine is because all of the most important people in the world, princes, royalty, presidents, billionaires, they're all involved. They're all freaking involved in it, which is why it's so bad. I think CoffeeZilla had a good recap. You can watch his stuff. But just the forget the actual the Ghislaine Maxwell case was disclosed, so you could read a lot of the testimonies that were in the case they had a year ago. But the pictures, I think were the worst thing, because every time they're redacting something, they're redacting a victim's face, and there's a lot of victims with a lot of the people that we all know, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, etc. And it's all out there. So I don't know. It's pretty ugly to see. I am happy that it's at least been released. That's what Congress forced the DOJ to do. But now the DOJ is trying to defend what they released as well. This was let me pull this up. This was Trump's response when he was questioned about the photos in the Epstein stuff.
Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their
By
full?
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's.
So, Trump's basically like, yeah, the photos are bad, but, we had to release it. And then Bill Clinton came out and he said, the Trump administration is hiding all of the pictures, release everything. Which is kind of crazy because he's not denying anything. He's not giving an explanation for being seen with underage girls. He's literally just saying there's more photos and now we want everything to be released. Implying that, hey, Donnie T is in a lot of the pictures as well, and he's not showing the pictures. Which is wild that this is the timeline. That a former president is in all these pictures that look really bad, and his best response, the best thing they could come up with, is, yeah, but the president's also in the pictures and he's not releasing all of them. That it is insanity. It is crazy that is how this is playing out. S&P 688, Tesla down 2% on the day. But that's what we're seeing. And again, it just makes you start questioning everything. And then the thing that broke me you guys know I'm a Michael Jackson fan. See, Michael Jackson. Now, again, the defense I've heard of MJ in the pictures is that he was on a trip to Africa for some charity event they were doing. And for some reason, Epstein's jet was the place that everyone ended up on to go to Africa, because there's not other private jets out there to go to Africa. Chris Tucker ended up on the jet, like Chris Tucker, Rush Hour. Like, why is he there? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And Michael Jackson ended up there as well. So I don't know. It is kind of incredible. We're living in this timeline, but this is what is happening. 689 on the S&P. Trying to break through 690, but not really making that move right there. Let's hear from the professor, get his thoughts on the Fed and the markets as we get into the end of the year.
Mean for, the prospect of a jobless expansion, let's say?
Yeah, the sweet spot for jobless claims, is between 2 100,000 and 240. We have just been there virtually every week, which is really, shows, not an overheating labor market to say the least, but one that is certainly not deteriorating and, setting us up for potentially good 2026.
Do you think a more dovish rate environment can unwind some of the job loss that might come from technology?
Yeah. I mean, I think we should be in the low threes on the Fed funds rate. I mean, we really had a good inflation report, and I don't think it's as distorted as a lot of people had feared. The housing component is going to actually contribute a downward pressure for, I think, many, many months on the service part of the CPI over the next year. And that's going to keep it in line. Once the Trump bump of those tariffs, which I think we're mostly through, maybe a little bit more in the next month or so goes through, I think we would be on the low twos on the CPI, enough for the Fed to get the rate down further.
Fed policy, though, Professor Siegel, isn't in a vacuum, and you also have the backdrop of a fiscal stimulus in the form of changes to tax policy, which could benefit individuals in the form of bigger refunds, lower tax rates, as well as corporations. So how do you balance the two in terms of, on the one side, you have things that could actually spur growth, spur some inflation, and on the other side, you've got also the Fed that could lower rates?
Yeah, and as Carl mentioned at the top, we still have two little bumps we have to go through before those tailwinds you just mentioned take place. I mean, we do have a Supreme Court ruling likely in a few weeks about the legality of the tariff. Now, my recommendation is basically what the Supreme Court should do is say to Trump, hey, you need approval of Congress. We're going to give you 6 months to get it, rather than just saying it's illegal, give refunds. I think that would be real disruptive. So we're going to have to see how that proceeds. And then, hey, let's not forget, there may be another government shutdown on January 30th, something nobody wants, but and few are talking about now. If we get through those two bumps, those tailwinds that you talked about are certainly, operative over the next year.
Yeah, it's really, I think the picture right now of push and pull for Q1, Q2, you mentioned the tax refunds, maybe checks from Congress we'll see, certainly gas prices, all positive. And then on the negative, if they start seizing student loan payments, or electricity keeps running double CPI, or ACA subsidies expire, I mean, that's a real balance of risks and tailwinds, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the ACA, the subsidies are going to be the big battle. I mean, the Dems have certainly put their hat on that as being the somewhat of what they're going to campaign on.
That's also why the shutdown risk, we can't ignore that. We cannot ignore the shutdown risk, dude. Like, we might want to ignore it and think everything's peachy, but I mean, there were 6 senators, including Tim Kaine, that ended up getting us past the shutdown. If they didn't vote, we would still be in a shutdown 3 months later. So the confidence that I have that our elected officials will actually come to an agreement by January 30th, I mean, they're probably not even going to get into office until mid-January, realistically. It's hard to imagine. Now, granted, I think there's a couple of ramifications of the policy they've already passed in the extension that could easily be agreed on, because it's not really an agreement. It's just essentially it's an agreement to extend instead of an agreement to resolve the issue. And maybe that buys us a lot more time, which could be bullish to avoid the shutdown. Or they actually get in a room and talk to each other and come to a conclusion, which maybe that happens. But if that doesn't happen, then we're looking at another shutdown, which is going to get dicey if it takes off growth from GDP. And this leads into the thing that Basent said yesterday on the All In podcast. So it brings up a better question about why are we going to be cutting rates. So, Basent has said that it's been a 2-tier economy where you're an asset holder and you win. If you're not an asset holder, you lose. But then the argument on cutting rates, if that only helps asset holders, which it should help everyone, but if the far majority of that policy helps asset holders, and you're seeing, the labor market not necessarily collapse, it begs the question on if we're actually going to get those rate cuts going into next year.
What we call QE, or large scale asset purchases, they went in the market, started buying long bonds. And the theory of the case there is you create liquidity, you take safe assets out of the market, long duration safe assets, and then the people who receive that money would buy more risky assets. Ben Bernanke famously said, when he was asked what's the purpose of QE, he told everyone, go buy equities. Well, not everyone could buy equities. So we ended up with like this two-tier economy where either you were an asset holder or you weren't. And the Fed definitely kept QE going for too long. And I called the Fed the engine of inequality. And someone said to me, well, do you believe that the Fed is responsible for economic equality in the system? And I said, absolutely not. That is not one of their mandates, but they shouldn't be exacerbating it.
Well, the problem is if QE led to a two-tiered economy and we continue to engage in massive QE, which is what the Trump administration wants, the winners are going to be asset holders. Now, again, if rates come down enough where bond yields can come down, then the other elements of society like auto loans, student loans, mortgages, those are also going to benefit. But we're not seeing that yet. That's the unfortunate reality. But asset holders, S&P new all-time high, are winning. So I think the inevitable conclusion is you got to be allocated to something to be able to participate in this stuff, because even if they lower rates, it might take a while before you see the impact on unlocking the housing argument or the housing market to an extent. And then you had Lutnick, which said this thing today, which I don't necessarily know if this made a lot of sense, but here's what he said.
The 4.3 GDP growth beating it by a full point of 3.3. How does that affect our bottom line, our pocketbook issues?
So just think, the whole world out there in the third quarter, the United Kingdom grew 0.1, the European Union grew 0.4, and Japan fell 0.6%, fell 0.6%. Donald Trump's economy grew, the United States of America, the biggest economy in the world, 4.3%. What that means is that Americans overall, all of us, are going to earn 4.3% more money.
That makes no sense. That makes literally no sense.
Making a raise. It's a simple way to do it. We've got more jobs, lower energy costs, and lower interest rates coming. This is the golden age coming. 4.3% this quarter means Americans on average are making more money in their pocketbooks. That makes for a great Christmas.
That is absolute garbage. That makes no sense. GDP growth is a measure of the total value of goods and services in an economy, not the specific change of any single individual income. By the way, if a lot of that GDP growth was contributed because of CapEx, which we know 50% of it has been because of CapEx, the average American's not seeing any of that. If anything, the average American is seeing higher energy prices because the CapEx is leading to more data centers, and those data centers are jacking up energy prices. It's just complete butchering of the entire concept. There was a better way to say what he was trying to say without sounding like an absolute moron. And I don't mean to even be disrespectful here, but that it's just, that was dumb. Like, I've said some dumb shit, but that was dumb. That was actually dumb. Now, I'm happy we're growing GDP at 4.3%. That's a good thing. Like, that, don't get me wrong. That's an amazing thing. And the Trump economy deserves credit for that. But it goes back to their messaging. Like, the average American doesn't feel that 4.3. We feel it as asset holders. You look at Google stock, which is contributing a lot to that CapEx, which is helping GDP growth. You definitely feel it if you bought Google at 150. But if these guys want to win the midterms and they say you're making 4.3% on average because GDP is up 4.3%, like, no, I do not think the average American is going to be sold by that argument. So there's also going to be a marketing problem that I think the administration has going into next year to make the case that this economy continues to be affordable. But again, next year, that's going to be the question. along with all the other questions we have. The midterms are going to be one of the bigger questions that we have to deal with going into the end of the year. Google right there at 312, Broadcom at 350, UiPath at 17 bucks, 7%. It's holding on to its level. Zeta, are we holding 4%? Zeta, we are holding 4% at 1910 on Zeta. We said dumb shit when we were 20, but the White House does it too. Yeah. The White House is the White House, at least from a marketing perspective, has definitely defied the odds in terms of some of the stuff they say. Now, I will say I do like how open the White House is in terms of the amount of interviews they give, and they always have an official every morning talking to the media. Like, that's a good thing. That last administration, we didn't get that, guys. I mean, we never had clips of Janet Yellen talking. I mean, we would get one Janet Yellen interview, who was the Treasury Secretary, maybe every quarter if we were lucky. Bessent's done an interview every day for like literally the past, I think, almost 8 months, at least every week for sure. So I am happy that they're actually talking to the American people. The question is, do the American people believe in a lot of the stuff they're saying? Nebius right there, up 1% at 91 as well. $40 more Netflix shares for me today. Netflix, I was talking to Steve about this last night. He made a really good point that the reason Netflix is bidding so hard for this is because these assets are never going to go on sale again, which is very fair. Question is, A, will Netflix get it? B, will Netflix be able to actually incorporate the acquisition in a meaningful way? And if not, you know, maybe this is dead money for the next year, but long term, obviously, it would be beneficial for Netflix to get it. Tess says you guys don't have it too bad. Compare yourself to the UK. See, that's the other thing. If, as an American that's analyzing the stock market and obviously the political sphere of the stock market, it's hard to keep up with other countries, right? And hard to keep up with the politics of other countries. Like, I don't know too much about the internal dynamics between the Canadians or the Brits or anything like that, because there's just so much to keep up with in the United States. But I can imagine if it's crazy in the US, I don't even want to think of what it's like across the world. Even India. Like, I should care more about Indian politics. I've never cared about Indian politics ever. And like all my uncles do and my relatives. I'm like, some people love Modi. Some people hate him. I think more people hate him than love him. I have no opinion. I really have never even done research on Indian politics. But I feel like the United States gives you so much to work with, and it affects so much of our stock market that it's hard to put it together with everything else that's going on across the world as well. We got a statement from NVIDIA right here. Bullish quantum. NVIDIA puts out IONQ is strengthening its partnership with the Korea Institute of Science and Technology by providing a 100-qubit IONQ tempo system to their world-class high-performance computing center. By coupling IONQ technology with NVIDIA GPUs, this will enable Korean researchers and businesses to push the boundaries of quantum GPU computing. That was tweeted from NVIDIA about an hour ago. NVIDIA is embracing quantum. They're not hiding from it. They're definitely not challenging it. They're saying there's a way it can work with GPUs. And you got IONQ that's down 3% on the day. But probably a bit more bullish than not for quantum. Tesla below 480, S&P 689, open door goes green. S&P still trying to bust through 690. We haven't done it yet. And then Bitcoin still below 87,000. Do you have an opinion on Ondas? I do not. It's been a great stock. I think the CEO did an interview the other day, and I didn't watch it yet, but yeah, I have no opinion on Ondas. But DJI was banned, so all the drone companies, I think, got a little bit of a lift on that as well. What else? What else do we have? Lucas, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to the community. Lucas, thank you for being here. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. JS, thanks for the super chat. Merry Christmas, brother. Your calm, rational streams were an anchor this year while others push fear. Really appreciate the clarity you brought. See you at the next Toronto meetup. JS, thank you for being here. April was a hell of a time in the markets. And yeah, we stayed bullish, dude. Could you imagine if all of us went bearish in April and straight up sold everything and we're just like, nope, I'm done. I'm out. This is too much to handle. Like, you got to give yourself credit if you bought the dip. And if you just, again, you could have been emotional during that time. I think all of us were emotional. Seeing portfolios drop by 40% is pretty emotional. But those emotions, I think, didn't necessarily lead to the action, at least for most retail investors, to actually liquidate their portfolios. In fact, it was the opposite. Retail investors bought 80 billion of stocks those 2 months, March and April. And that 80 billion has become, in some respects, well over 500 billion of market value, as a lot of those names have just doubled and tripled since then. I mean, Nvidia's up a double, 90 to 180. So Erwin says, I'd be so poor. Dude, I would be, if I actually sold, if we all sold in April, first of all, you would have to, because the thing is, once you sell, it's hard to get back in. Like, people can buy the dip, even if they buy the dip that keeps dipping. But if they sell the dip and then it rips, it's really tough. Like, it's like, I don't want to say it's impossible, but I've had certain stocks before where I sell at the low and then it rips, and you're supposed to buy the rip because, okay, you sold the bottom, it's all right, move on and like keep going and, get ready to actually be in a stock that's re-rated differently. And then you just sit out because you're like, no, like, this thing's coming back down. And emotionally you're tied to it because you're like, I just sold the bottom. I'm not just sold it at 10. I'm not buying it at 15. And then it rips to 20 and you're like, I just missed the double. But you also could have made some money if you bought it at 50. And then it goes to 25 and you're like, oh, I'm out of it. I'm done. Like, this is over. And that happened for 7 months after April. And even in the worst of the October, November dip, you didn't, like, Robinhood got to 100. Robinhood in April was 29. So if you were waiting for your dip, you got it in November, but it was still almost 2.5x above. Well, same thing with Rocklab. Rocklab fell from 70 to 40, which was still double, more than double the lows of April, which I think were about 15. So it's really, really freaking hard to buy once you sell, which is why for most long-term investors that tend to be relatively optimistic on the economy, that doesn't mean you can't hedge, that doesn't mean you can't buy some puts, that doesn't mean you can't trim your position, but selling and liquidating everything and trying to get back in, unless that's how your portfolio, unless you have a strategy where you go all in or go all out at once, right? And there's some people that manage a portfolio like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for people that are just holding on to stocks for a decade, it's tough to make a sort of hedge fund manager move when the move was supposed to happen before Trump announced the tariffs. I mean, if you do it when Trump announced the tariffs, you're not special. You're selling when everyone else is selling, so you're not really doing anything creative there. It's tough to sell out. It's really, really tough to sell out. Especially on companies that, like SoFi got to $7, probably did not deserve to be at those levels. Nike right there, up 5%. Again, Nike's pumping on that Tim Cook buy. So that's why Nike is up 5% right here. Look, I think I'm not buying Nike, but I think Tim Cook is definitely a vote of confidence. And if you're taking a chance here, I don't think you could necessarily be too upset. Earnings were bad, but earnings were not horrendous. So, like, I don't think buying Nike at 60 is like setting yourself up for a $40 downside. Also, it's down 50% over the past 5 years. So you also got to ask yourself, how much lower can a blue chip like Nike really go? Which maybe it goes a lot lower, but maybe the probability of that is not as high. All right, what else? What else do we have? NASDAQ turned green. Are you buying more Amazon here? No, bought Amazon over the past couple of weeks. Not really buying it here. If we see like 220 again, I'd be interested. But it's kind of been stuck between 227 and 230. I don't have a problem with this price at all. I've been buying over the past couple of weeks, so we need to see a little bit more weakness for Amazon. Path is up 7%. Oh, yeah, Sasha did sell Tesla. For those that don't know, he's a YouTuber from the UK. He did sell Palantir at $8. A lot of people give him a lot of shit for that. It is what it is. Some people, they don't want to hold on for the ride. So he got out of Palantir at $8. It was after the quarter where Carp banged on the table. It pissed off a lot of people. You have to be pretty resilient to hold on to Palantir after Carp banged on the table. Because they weren't growing. Carp's banging on the table. Everyone's saying, it's a black box disaster. So you kind of had to see behind the horizon, beyond the horizon to stick. But he also sold out of Tesla yesterday. His argument on Twitter, now he's been holding Tesla for like the past 10 years. So obviously he's done very well in the stock. His argument was he doesn't see the fundamentals of the company matching up to the actual premium the market's giving it. So I think to sum it up, you could make the argument that the valuation is too much for him. He said, after holding stock for many years and seeing an incredible rise, I sold my entire position today at $4.95. I love the company. I am a big fan of the mission, but I hope to buy back in at some point. But the price went above my target, and I sold as I do every single time. It's reasonable. $4.95 after holding for years is probably an incredible return, regardless. The only thing about selling Tesla here, again, this goes back to my point. Like let's say he's owned it for 10 years. I think it becomes a lotto ticket at this point. I think you give Elon the benefit of the freaking doubt and allow him to go to work. And maybe you have to go through another 50% drawdown. Maybe that does happen with Tesla, even though I think it's unlikely for this thing to go back to 200. But if you bought it at 15, okay, you just let it happen. I mean, do we not think in 2030 Tesla's going to be a much bigger company than it is today? 2035, especially if they actually ramp up the stuff they have to ramp up. I know it's being priced as if they've already done it, but when they actually do it, we know how Tesla's multiple acts. It's probably going to reflect that. Unless we get a recession or a broad market drawdown. But if we avoid that, I think it's going to be okay. It's hard to hold for 10 years and then sell when he's on the verge of Optimus. Yeah, I agree. I think there's too many good things happening now for Tesla. It's almost like NVIDIA in 2023. Like if you held NVIDIA through the gaming phase of their company, then the crypto mining phase of the company, and then ChatGPT comes out and you sell it because they have a good quarter and they're up 50%. It's like, dude, they're about to go on an entire revolution in AI. Like you don't sell right before that inflection. Same thing with Broadcom. Now that the ASIC market has taken off, 350 right there on Broadcom, as that's green on the day. Are you buying ASTS? No, I'm not buying ASTS. I think the value. I have Rocket Lab, so that's my space play. I don't know enough about ASTS, but even if I did, guys, it's hard, dude. 1,500 times sales. I can't really sleep at night buying something like that just because I know the multiple is aggressive there. I would have to really, really, really understand the company, and I don't. Some of you guys do, which is why you've done well on this. I don't. So until I have that level of commitment, but I also have Rocket Lab. When I think of space, I think of my proxy. My proxy is Rocket Lab's like, okay, I'm good. Shout out to Matt Money. Got me on it. But it doesn't have to go that much deeper for me. Again, like both companies, but it's just a little bit pricey here. But then again, given what they did with India last night, I mean, you could see why they deserve that price, or at least why the streets are willing to give them that price multiple. S&P 689, high of days right there on the S&P, 689.27. Now we just got to see if that can break through the 690. Brian says, I'm listening to you as I'm walking on the beach in Perdido Key. Merry Christmas. Love the channel. Brian, thank you. I don't know where Perdido Key is, though, so I'm looking that up right now. Florida. I thought it was Florida. Okay, cool. Shout out to... I went to... What is it called? Key West in Florida, like 10 years ago. And so it's been a while since I visited it. But yes, I have seen some of those parts of Florida. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you're enjoying your time on the beach. It is cold as hell in New Jersey today. So I am envious of the people that are having a nice, warm Christmas. Because it is cold here. It's not snowing, though. It's still sunny. We need the snow for this to really be Christmassy. Does it feel like it's Christmas Eve to anybody? It doesn't feel like Christmas Eve, dude. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older. It doesn't feel like it's actually Christmas freaking Eve. But it is Christmas Eve. Vic's low of the days. I mean, that makes sense. S&P all-time highs, VIX lows of the day. Realistically, VIX is the lowest it's been in the past. Yeah, if you look at the chart, past couple weeks. Yeah, through 13. Hold on. Last time we were at this level on the VIX. Last time we were here on the VIX was like July. So we're seeing some real collapse in volatility, which is good. Good for the S&P. Let's try to make a move here. Westfield Drive, thank you for the super chat. Amit, shout out to my 4-year-old daughter, Charlotte, who reminds me every morning to turn you on. Can we get Joseph Carlson and Steve together in 2026? Merry Christmas. Dave, shout out to your daughter, Charlotte. And it is always very humbling knowing that, because I relate to this, that people are watching the stream and keeping up with the content realistically for their family, right? Like a lot of times all of us are trying to increase our financial mobility because of our loved ones. Like I was able to give my mom a relatively decent birthday present. She wanted to go on a trip to this wellness retreat to Mexico. And, I was able to give her that gift. So it really, really, I mean, honestly, that's the only thing I really like about money, because I'm not a materialistic guy. And I think you guys know that. I mean, I've been wearing these slippers for like 2 years now. Like I don't care about money. I care about what I can do with money for my loved ones. So whether it's your daughter, your mom, significant other, like that is really the only joy I get from money, is being able to like handle some of those things and not have them stress out about it. In terms of Joseph Carlson and Steve, I will try to make that happen. I will ask Joseph Carlson. I don't know if he's going to want to talk to Steve. Steve would love to talk to Joseph Carlson. I don't know if Joseph Carlson would like to talk to Steve. I think Joseph Carlson might like to talk to me. I'm the only person he's done a podcast with in the past 3 years. So I think I should be able to get him on the channel. I think it would be fun, especially to talk about all this Netflix stuff. But I don't know if I can convince him on Steve making a cameo. I think he might not be the happiest about that. So we'll see. We'll see if we can do that. Trucker Rob, thank you for the super chat. What's your favorite Christmas memory, and Happy New Year? Thank you for the fun 2025. Looking forward to 2026. Truck Rob, thank you for being here. People can answer that in the chat. What's your favorite Christmas memory? I think it would have to be when I was a kid. I got a G-Shock. Do people remember that watch? It's the same watch that I wear when I say the time is now. I got that watch literally on Christmas. But I got a white G-Shock. I think this was 2012 or 2011. And I really wanted that watch for some reason. And yeah, my mom made it happen. It was like $100 watch, which at the time is like, I'm not a watch guy. I don't know why I thought it was a watch guy when I was 15 years old. Like, but for some reason I was obsessed with that watch, and she made it happen. So I would say that was, but it's not really the gift that was my memory. That Christmas, I just remember like a lot of family came over. So it was more so about like, just like the gift was a standout because I really wanted that watch, but it was more so everyone was together, making cookies, all that stuff. And we don't really do that stuff anymore. Gifts are not a big deal anymore. And that Christmas spirit is just not the same like it was when you were a kid. I think it's hard for it to ever be the same until I have my own kids. So that's probably my favorite memory. And now you're against watches because the time is now. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're lying that you don't care about money. Be truthful. No, so look, when I mean I don't care about money, I mean a lot of the times people care about money, they care about buying something with the money. And you can believe me or not believe me, but I mean, I think the people that have been watching this channel for years know that. I mean, you would know if I care about, dude, if I bought a private jet like some other YouTubers, you would know that I care about money in the way that certain people on this platform have showed they care about money. I care about money in the respects of it allowing me to get mobility in my life and allowing it for me to give my mom a good birthday present, allowing it me for being able to buy my dad a Tesla. I care about money because I've completely been able to flip my sister's financial health over the past 2 years. And now she's going to be able to put a down payment on a house going into next year. And she actually has the money to do that because we made good investments. Like that's where that's where I care about money. But money as a tool to buy like a Louis Vuitton like wallet or something. It's like, that's never, ever been exciting for me.
Not saying it's bad if you care about that stuff. If you want to buy a Lambo, that's totally fine. I've never cared. I've never cared about that stuff. I realistically, I've never cared. I've never been materialistic. I don't like, look at how I dress every day. Like I wear the same hoodies. Like that's just not who I am. But I like the game of money because it's a game that is so exciting. And the stock market is the latest edition of that game I've been playing. I played various games with money my whole life. I've kind of always been an entrepreneur my whole life. And I'm not the most successful entrepreneur in the world. That's probably Elon Musk. But the skills that I do have, which are communication, mixed with the joy of research that I have via the stock market, that has come together to create the career that I have today. And that career can be lucrative if your research is right and your communication skills are reasonable enough to resonate with people. And so that's where my concept of money comes in. But the actual idea of just building your net worth to buy stuff, like, no, that's never been exciting to me, ever. But, it's okay if it is exciting for a lot of people. That's just not been fun for me. We all like seeing our numbers go up 100%. Do I like seeing my portfolio go up? Of course. Like, I'm a human. But do I like seeing it go up so I can take out money from my portfolio and go buy something? No. And I think Steve's the same, dude. Steve loves the game of the stock market. Like, we were talking about this the other week. Steve likes buying some milk and cookies. That's what Steve gets the benefit from. And he likes having the security of knowing that he has a nest egg. But you don't see Steve making crazy purchases, or me. That's just like not who we are. But if we buy a stock at 10 and it goes to 15, like, yeah, that feels good for the dopamine. Yes, the money going up, but the dopamine of being right, that shit is, it feels better than anything. Like, the gains on Palantir and Hood do not compare to the feeling of publicly covering those two companies over the past 3 years and essentially being one of the larger advocates for them and helping a lot of other people make money. Like, that feels way more better than the actual gains. Now, the gains feel pretty damn good because it gives you the flexibility to do shit in life that you couldn't do, like take an Uber that costs $60 that you would take a train for 5 years ago because you can't afford the $60 and you don't have to worry about paying the freaking $60 to Uber. But outside of spending on Ubers and food, like, I don't really do much with the money. So I think that's how I think of it. VG, are we still pumping on VG? VG goes down. Okay, so it's losing a lot of its momentum. John, thank you for the super chat. Merry Christmas. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. You've made teaching my son about the market so much easier. John, deeply, deeply appreciate the $50 super chat. Thank you for being here. And again, that makes me feel also very, very happy that young people are getting into the markets, because we all know, all of us in the chat, if we started 5 years earlier, we would be making way more money. So the earlier you get into the game, the easier it is to learn from the mistakes and then you keep going. Tess, thank you for the 10 pounds. Tess will be at the New York meetup, by the way. So for those that will want to ask her about quantum, I'm sure she will have a panel of people ready to ask her about the quantum world. I'll leave the link to the New York meetup again in the chat. And you guys can sign up. We have 215 people that have signed up. So we're going to try to cap it at 300, max 325. But we're going to try to cap it at 300. Tess, Dougie, Michelle, Ray, Erwin, Benny. I think I'm forgetting like 2 more people, but they will be at the meetup. Okay, it's in New Jersey, but it's basically near New York. It's like 20 minutes from New York. So if you're not familiar with North Jersey, it's very close to New York. So, yes, it's technically New Jersey, but we're going to call it a New York meetup, which is so disrespectful to Jersey because we're using the brand of New York to frame the meetup when in reality, it's not New York, but it's basically New York. So, Steve will be there. Yeah, Steve, Chris, Matt, all these guys will be there as well. Sergio, thanks for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Mitt, for making 2025 a successful year with your content, energy, and passion. Merry Christmas to everyone. Sergio, thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping up with the channel. And we're going to keep the passion going into next year. We're going to keep the passion going. Dude, I got some big plans for next year. I got some ideas. Got some real big ideas. And part of hiring Jess was to start executing on those ideas. And Yeah, over the past couple of weeks, like we've been seeing a decent amount of things get ready for next year. So really, really busy year. It's gonna be a lot of stuff to do. I want next year to be constant movement. I want it to be like every day, every week, something new should be happening on the channel. Whether it's a new guest or a new interview or a new event, like I want every single week to be something new. Like not a single dull week next year. And to have that level of aggressiveness to take on the year. And I'm sure there's gonna be some weeks that are boring and dull, and there's just gonna be the streams and nothing too big after that. But I think to get to that level, we got to keep working. So it should be fun. Should be fun. I don't know when we're doing Toronto. Look, when we have the dates, we'll announce it. But you guys will know at least a month, probably 2 months in advance before a meetup starts. So for anyone asking for a location, you will get ample amount of time. And LA, likely March. We're probably going to start talking about LA meetup in early January to get that ready. But yeah, I think it'll be fun for next year. Bear says, I'll be driving in from Montreal. Is there a way where people who are coming to the event connect with one another? Yeah, I mean, look, literally, people at the event exchange phone numbers and group chats at the event. So it's kind of hard to make a group chat with 300 people, right? So that's not really going to work. But when you're at the event, I mean, there was this one lady, I'm forgetting her name at the Miami event, but I think I told you guys the story. She had massive social anxiety. Like I'm talking about, she's in a room with 5 people. She like freaks out. There were 300 people in Miami and she was there. And she told me the story about how intense her social anxiety is, but she really wanted to come to the meetup and she was there and she started talking to people. So it really is one of those things where, everyone just wants to talk with everyone else, and you're just going to meet a lot of brand new people. And as a result, you're going to be able to network with them and create contacts and all that stuff. And that's why we're bringing the mods there as well. I mean, the mods, Doug, Tess, all these people, they're naturally, they light up the party. So if you're sitting in a corner, someone will definitely come up to you and make sure you're standing with a group and listening to something about the markets, which is usually kind of how the meetups play out. 27.33 on SoFi. That's now up 0.5%. Yeah, even Laura, right? I was scared in Miami, large groups, right? It was dude, I didn't expect it to be that large of a group. That shit was crazy. But it was fun. I mean, the craziest part was when we went to take the group picture, because again, this is the part of hiring management. Last year was very unorganized. So, like, first of all, I didn't even know that many people would show up. Second of all, when we had to take the group picture, there was a bar and then there was kind of a restaurant near the bar. And I told everyone to come to the restaurant to come take the picture. And so, like, everyone just stuffed themselves into this one room. And it was just a lot of people in one spot, which is what created the picture that I posted last week. But this time it's going to be more organized. Also, this time at the meetup, I'm not going to be literally running around and trying to talk to every single person. There's actually going to be a structure to like have me go to different groups to talk to people. Like, we're working on a lot of things to like make it like much more reasonable than just me running around sweating, trying to say hi to every single person. So we'll see how it goes. That's the idea of this. And I think given the structure we have in place, it should be much more organized than what we did in the past. So it should be fun. But it'll be cool. Rango says, bro, having a party in which everybody talks about the markets is kind of the dream for me. I'm down to run the AK Media Bay Area chapter with weekly socials. Dude, that would be really cool if we could do that every single week. But we're going to try to do it at least every single month. Every single month, we're going to try to make this thing happen. We were going to do it in January, but it's just like the AFC Championship is January 25th. So that's why we're delaying it to February. But outside of January, it should be every single month. S&P, high of days, 689.50. 689.50. Would you do TV interviews? Yeah, I've had a couple of journalists reach out. Some of them might actually be at the meetup as well. So again, just email jess at akcoms.com. It's in the description. And if there's any press that wants to come to the New York event, then feel free to reach out. Okay, if we do Texas, I can't say we're going to do Houston. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's easy going to be. It's probably going to be Dallas if we do Texas. I'm just saying more people are in Dallas. So you might have to take that flight from Houston. But also there's more shit in Dallas to do versus Houston. Honestly, Austin should be where we do. I feel like Austin is the center of Texas. But a lot of you guys are in Dallas. So we might have to do Dallas. Yeah, Chicago. I mean, you guys have said Chicago so many times. So I think Chicago we're going to have to do as well. Probably closer to the middle of the year because Chicago's like negative freaking 15 degrees. Like, I don't want that cold in my life, dude. Like, that's a bit ridiculous. We're going to work on live streaming the event as well. We're not going to be able to do it for this one. We got to like get this one out of the way and see if it goes well. But yeah, we're going to work with a crew to actually set up a real live. It is a production, dude, because a live stream is not simple at an event because you have multiple microphones, you have multiple camera angles. And if it's just a stream of a bunch of people talking where you can't hear anything, it's not enjoyable. But I've seen live streams where you can set it up to be really effective. It's going to cost a little bit of money for sure to hire that type of a crew. But I think after 2 or 3 meetups, we can actually get a rhythm and figure it out. So that will be fun. Yeah, Steve will be at the meetup. Steve will be at the meetup. What else? What else do we see? I'm watching you while drinking my coffee and packing my family's Christmas gifts. See, that is an enjoyable Christmas Eve. I don't even know what I'm going to do today, to be honest. I don't know. I have nothing really planned for the day. Nothing crazy. Might go out with my family a little bit later, but outside of that, nothing wild. 0.1% from all-time highs on the S&P. Wow, 689.60. Dude, we're moving. Is NVIDIA moving with this or? No, NVIDIA's flat. Dude, this is... Okay, so what's moving today then? Where's the heat map? What is moving? Would you do Japan? I would love to do Japan. I don't know if I could organize a meetup in Japan. I think that, whenever you go to a different country, you have to have a lot of logistics because you're new to the country. So to organize an entire event in the new country is going to be hard. Singapore, I think it's possible because my uncle's there. And then I have contacts in Germany and the UK to make it happen. Japan would be a little difficult. But hopefully one day. Well, tech's not really carrying the market today. I guess it's financials and healthcare, industrials, consumer defensives, and utilities. I mean, tech is kind of green, but it's basically flat. Microsoft and Apple that are not doing that much. Still so crazy to see Steve acting on YouTube. Went from excited to see him on your channel to accessible. I love it. Yeah, he's working hard, man. He's working hard. He loves it. He loves the grind. Some people just have it in them. Some people just have the grind in them. Like Steve built up a really good foundation because he came on my channel for 2 years. And when he launched his channel, he had a good base because a lot of you guys knew him. But then it's up to him to do the work, right? Like you can give someone a little bit of a jolt, but then they have to actually put in the work to grow it. And he loves putting in the work. And again, for Steve, it's like, you think he's doing YouTube for money? Like, he has money in his life. He likes the idea of building. Like, is the money nice as his form of income? Sure. But like the amount of time he's putting in, he's probably being paid less than minimum wage. He doesn't have a massive channel. So realistically, he understands what it means to build a brand, the opportunities that come from building a brand. And then number 2, he loves the stock market and he loves talking about the stock market. It's the game of being right on stocks and sharing that information with everyone that is more attractive than a check from YouTube. I think the same thing for me. Are you staying till the close? I don't know if I'm staying till 1 p.m., bro. I mean, there's nothing else. There's no headlines. There's nothing else to discuss really in the markets. I'm trying to see, do I have anything? We looked at Basent. We looked at Lutnick. We talked about the NVIDIA Intel stuff this morning. Talked about OpenAI. Play a video game. Dude, if I played a video game, you guys would be laughing at me. I do not know how to play video games. Video games are wild. Me playing video games would be crazy, dude. I haven't played video games in years. I don't even know how to. No, I don't see any other crazy headlines. If you were going to do a moonshots portfolio like goes to 0 to B20, what would you put? So when I come out with the 2026 strategy update, which will probably be on next year, part of that update is talking about moonshot strategies. And I think there's an argument for including a certain percentage of your portfolio in moonshots. Like really ridiculous stuff that probably is going to go to 0. But if it works, it really works. And in terms of percentage, I mean, it would be less than 1%. But it would be something that you have some relative conviction on, and it would be like buying super out of the money options and seeing if it plays out. And if it does, it's a massive hit. If it doesn't, you lose a little bit of money. That's kind of my philosophy on moonshots in general. Okay, SoFi is not a moonshot. SoFi is a well-established company. I have been buying more SoFi though. I think if Noto delivers in January, we're looking at 35. And he kind of has to deliver, right? For him to get paid. I don't know if he's going to deliver 45, but 35 still makes him a lot of money. So I feel like SoFi we get there. Is VG a moonshot? I don't think so. Like when I think of moonshots, I think of companies that have a low chance of succeeding, or your target on them is super low. Or your target on them is super high, so the probability of it, like if you have a VG $20 Jan 2027 call, it's a 3x in a year, which I don't know how bullish Matt is on VG, but I don't know if it 3x is in a year. But if you put $5,000 into that and it hits, you make a lot of money. If it doesn't, you lose $5,000. So that would be kind of how I define the concept of a moonshot on a stock, even if it is a fundamentally good shot. Is Oklo moonshot? The problem with Oklo is it's already run. So it was a moonshot at 6-7, of course. Dude, I promise I'm not trying. I'm not. I legitimately remember the stock at $6-7. That's why I said it. But that's when it was a moonshot. Now it's like, now there's a legit thesis behind it, even if you don't like the multiple behind how that thesis is being priced. But there is a thesis on Oklo. And so I wouldn't qualify it as a moonshot anymore. Why would you do that? I'm not, it happens. Those two numbers come together so often. Has anyone heard the joke? I don't even want to say the joke because it's so embarrassing, but everyone's heard the joke, right? Why is 6 afraid of 7? Everyone's heard that joke. I don't have to actually say that joke, right? We all heard it when we were little. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because I can give you the punchline if you haven't heard the punchline. Some people haven't heard it. Dude, this was like a viral joke 10 years ago. This thing took over the world, I feel like. It's because 7, 8, 9. It's because 7, 8, 9. So I should have played that off as an original joke, dude. I really should have. That was a missed opportunity. I should have played that off as my own joke and just rolled with it. Because it is it's a very creative joke. I should have just acted like that's my own thing. I really should. That's a missed opportunity. See, this is what I get annoyed about on the streams. When I miss an opportunity like that, I'll think about that tonight. I legit will think about, man, that would have been good. That would have been so good. But I missed it. You would have lost credibility if you did that. You know, back in 2024, which at this point, like early 2024 was almost 2 years ago, I used to re-listen to the stream every day. Like this is what I did when I was debating. When I was debating, I would re-listen. I would record my debate rounds and re-listen to them every time. Like I would have like 10 debate rounds over a weekend, Monday through Friday. The next week, I would listen to all those debate rounds. That's what I did early 2024 to like, you know, get a gist of like how I'm doing the stream. And I've stopped doing that because it's hard to have the time to go back and re-listen. And B, it's because like, you know, once you get a groove of it, you don't literally have to re-listen every single day. But the moments where your boy has like a Sonic moment, you bet your ass I go back and I re-listen. And I re-listen with the utmost excitement to then replay the chat and see the level of excitement that everyone else had because of the passion that I brought to the joke. But outside of the Sonic moment, we haven't had a lot of those moments. And so I think another goal for 2026 is to make sure there's one rewatchable moment every single day. Which means I got to step up my joke game to keep watching it. Christmas Eve is in Denmark now. Hope Santa's on the way. I respectfully cannot celebrate Christmas Eve in Denmark because I've got beef with the country. So I wish you the best if you're in Denmark. If you're Danish, I hope you have a good Christmas, but I will never be in Denmark celebrating anything. Unfortunately. I wish it wasn't like this, but it is what it is. Can't do anything about it. Every day is a Sonic moment for me with you, Amit. See, thank you. That's why I do this. That's why I do this. Stay away from the jokes, please. Okay, the Denmark beef, for those that don't know, is I lost in the Slovenian national championships to Denmark when I was on the USA debate team. Most of you guys know, but we lost on a 3-2 decision. It was the dumbest shit ever. Like, actually the dumbest shit ever. Like, we got back to the hotel and everyone in the audience was like, you guys got robbed. So I'm just not a fan of Denmark, bro. Like, they didn't deserve to win that round. They illegitimately took credit for it. And so I still get mad. Dude, we would have been international Slovenian champions if we won that debate, which we did win that debate. It's just the stupid judges, like, which one of them was heavily biased towards the United States. And like, there's no doubting about that. So I can't accept that Denmark beef I have. S&P, are we moving up? 670? Dude, we are close. Or sorry, 690. We are really close. 689.91. We got there. Denmark was better that day. Dude, I'm telling you, Denmark did not deserve to win that round. And they did it in such a smug fashion. That was the worst thing about it, bro. They felt like they were so entitled to beat us. like you know when you think you're about to win something and you get ready to stand up to accept the win, they're like, it's a 3-2 decision for, and I'm like getting ready, like Denmark, and then your heart just drops and you start, and you're just like, and you have to, you know, put on a good face because everyone's looking at you. But I was like, no, that should not be happening. Absolutely. I was ready to throw hands that day. Absolutely. Goldman Sachs Fallen Angels stocks they're looking at going into next year: Roblox, Visa, MasterCard, and DoorDash. Roblox, Visa, MasterCard, and DoorDash. Roblox, wow, this thing has fallen from like 120. Visa's been flat all year. MasterCard's also been, I think, flat. And then DoorDash got hit pretty bad. No, MasterCard's up 11% this year. It's not flat. DoorDash had a crappy earnings. But DoorDash is still up 35% this year. So, yeah, it's down from 270, but not like it's had a bad year. But that one is part of Goldman's list. Weren't you talking about not holding grudges the other day? Not with Denmark, dude. With Denmark, it's personal. With Denmark, it's freaking personal. They didn't deserve to win that round. They didn't deserve it. My 11-year-old son says Roblox is not cool anymore. So, I mean, there are definitely... Roblox is also up 40% there. What is Goldman talking about? Yeah, some of these stocks are down, but they're not fallen angels. What are they? It's up 40% this year. Okay, it's down from 135. Yes, that's aggressive. But it's not like it hasn't been appreciated at all. Yeah, there are some kids that think Roblox isn't cool anymore. I mean, I've seen a little bit more of that trend, but I still think the far majority of kids, I mean, they're on Roblox when it comes to video games. Roblox and Snapchat have a lot of kids that use those platforms. More than YouTube, more than TikTok, more than Instagram. It's Roblox. Now, Snapchat can't really make any money. Roblox is at least better at making money. Snapchat's up a little bit today. But they are one of the major players. SPY's trying here, folks. 689.94. The SPY is trying. Gamma Rocket, thank you for the 100 super chat. I believe those are euros. Those are not pounds. Those are euros. So thank you for the super chat. Let's do EU. Fantastic work, Amit. Yeah, we're look, Germany's probably on the way. I think that is going to be the easiest in the EU. And if I go to Germany, I'm probably going to try to do a little bit of a European tour. I got Arnie in Italy. He's been asking me to come for a long time. So I've always wanted to see the Eiffel Tower in France. So I definitely do want to have that moment, probably in the summer. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. And we will definitely try to set up Germany going into next year. At least Germany is a start for the European stuff. Volume on the S&P 16.5 million. That's not necessarily low, but that's also not necessarily massive 2 hours into them. I mean, this should be closer to, I think, 25 million is the average by now. So it's not like horrendous volume, but it's also not massive. Are you going to visit Denmark? Oh my gosh, dude. Freaking Denmark. I think I've shown the freaking do I have this here? Hold on, let me see if I have this. I've shown the video on this multiple times. But there's a lot of new people here that probably haven't seen it. Oh, I got to see if I can find it. I can show you guys the moment we lost the debate because it's on video. And you can see me freaking shake their hands, and I'm so freaking pissed off. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, maybe we'll have to visit Denmark. Nvidia, she's trying to break back above 188 and get to 189. She is trying, not there yet, although the S&P is making... The S&P is doing it, bro. Nvidia's not doing it, but the S&P is doing it. And if Nvidia can get a little bit of steam right here, that would help the, I think, entirety of the market right now. Okay, let me pull this up. S&P 689.95. Did we touch 690? No, we didn't touch 690 yet. Up 30%, but haven't touched 690. Nvidia broke above 188. Nvidia, yeah, for a second, broke above that. Okay, I found the video. I don't know if the volume is going to be the greatest on it, though. But... Okay, they were op, we were prop, which means they were negative, we were affirmative. Let me see if this works.
Okay, the second paper we have op. This one is prop. This one coincidentally is up.
Okay, so this is the last one.
And the debate goes to opposition Denmark.
Look at how happy she was announcing that. Look at how happy she was announcing that shit. She obviously didn't want us to win. You see how they're hugging each other? They couldn't believe they won. They're hugging each other and they're about to cry because they knew they lost. They were like, "Holy crap! It was a miracle that happened." And we had to go shake their hands, bro. It was so embarrassing shaking their freaking hands here. Look at that guy, bro. He's like 6'7". Oh my goodness. Okay, I promise I didn't mean to say that. I actually promise I didn't mean to say it. But he is tall. This guy was freaking tall. And I had to look up to him and freaking shake his hand. So bad. We shouldn't have lost, bro. It's absolutely rigged. Completely freaking rigged. It is what it is, though. You're going to lose in life. You got to be ready to deal with the losses. You got to be ready to deal with the losses. S&P right there, 689.91. Again, we're waiting for that 690 breakout. You're waiting for the 690 breakout. You know, honestly, the other reason we lost, guys, and I'm just dead honest, the Europeans hated Trump. That was 2016. That was when Trump was getting a lot of attention. The amount of shit we had to take from these international competitions and people hating Trump, they used to call us the MAGA debate team. It's like, bro, we're not even like we're just trying to debate, but we would just get labeled MAGA and Trump and racist and all this shit. Like, people hated Trump. And we just happened to be debating during the time where Trump was essentially getting pretty much all the attention for pretty much getting ready to become the Republican nominee. And people were not happy with that. Like, there were some rounds we lost that was just like, okay, this is like, again, you can say I'm whining or whatever, but if you had to be there to realize this makes no sense. This is obviously a judge that, I mean, we lost to some countries where you couldn't even find them on a map, bro. It's like some of these countries they didn't have good. I'm sorry, they just weren't good debaters. Like, they did not have the infrastructure, the team, or the resources to beat the United States, and they damn sure didn't beat us in some of these rounds. But then we were losing these rounds, and we're like, what? You know, even the coaches for the other team, they were like, holy crap, I can't believe we just beat the United States. It's like, well, some of these judges were not necessarily happy with the United States. But it is what it is. That's what happened. It's not even elitist, dude. It's not like, if you saw some of these debate rounds, dude, these were kids that did not know how to debate. And I can say that as a competitor. Like, I know what a decent debater. These kids sucked. Like, you know when you can get obviously screwed in a round. It's like certain stocks, right? It's like, why does this stock deserve this valuation? Like, oh, it obviously doesn't, but it still gets it. And there's nothing you could do. You can just be like, okay, I guess the market's believing in nonsense, but it is what it is. Sometimes that stuff happens. All right, let's see. Do we have any other macro news today? Do we have anything else? I mean, we're trying to break through 690, but I don't see any help for the market breaking through 690. Definitely not from NVIDIA yet. Do we actually stay on until 1 p.m., guys? Do we actually do it? Is there anything? There's just not enough happening here to see what's going on. S&P, IONQ's down 4. Dude, everything's now going flat. Like, the S&P is just stalling. It's like, because there's not enough excitement to keep it going up. And if there is, like, you need a breakout now. Now that it's made a move for it to really make the breakout, you need something else to help it. And nothing else is helping it. Call Steve. Steve's still at work. Steve is not taking it. Steve took off yesterday. Steve didn't take off today. So I'm not sure if Steve can actually call in today. NVIDIA 188. You should interview whoever painted that room purple. Okay, well, hold on. What is everyone else doing? Are people at work, or is everyone like, did Christmas break start for most people? Zeta's up 4%. Oh, there you go. 690. 690 S&P. Okay, we did that part. That's all-time highs, 10 points away from 700. But I think it's going to need some help to get there. At a family Christmas party, at work, I'm off, wrapping gifts, took off today. It's always nice to take off right before the holidays, right? You actually have a couple of days of rest to rejuvenate. At work, off today, watching your stream, took a lunch break and came back the last hour close. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Today's lunchtime, dude. Dude, now I've been home for the past couple of days, and my mom is so annoyed that I don't eat. I'm like, Mom, I don't eat for like the first 8 hours of the day. Like, I cannot put food in my body before doing this. Now, granted, my mom's annoyed, but my grandmother, when she was here in the summer, was really annoyed because she could not handle that I could go 5 hours without eating. She was like, how are you talking? I'm like, because I'm talking. Like, I don't need food to talk. In fact, the food would make it harder to talk. But yeah, it is lunchtime for a lot of people. Ed says I'm at the dispensary. That can be a fun Christmas Eve. It's definitely always fun to enjoy the holidays with a little bit of the material that comes from the dispensary. Mukbang stream 20. We did a mukbang before. We did sushi before. It was a while ago, dude. I ate on stream a couple months ago, though. That stream I did like 9 hours. Chicken and broccoli live. That was the Fed stream and the NVIDIA stream to GTC. There was a lot of stuff going on together that day. S&P, she's making a move above 690 now. But NVIDIA is still not really participating here. Wait, is it? Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA 188.15. All right. So she's trying for 189. So what time in the morning don't you eat? We're usually around like at least 1 o'clock, sometimes 2 o'clock. But it takes till 1. Michelle said, I made a gender reveal cake today. They went with either red for girl, green for boy. Really? Isn't it supposed to be blue and pink? Are they fighting against the stereotypes or something? Because if you still have one color correlated for one gender, I feel like you're still feeding into the stereotypes regardless. But usually it's pink or blue. Dilf says Amazon isn't doing great this Christmas, I think, compared to previous Christmas. I am delivering parcels every day, and last was very busy. We'll double check with warehouse manager, but still about the numbers. Yeah, I mean, look, if Amazon had a great Black Friday and Cyber Monday, Christmas has to go good for them as well, I think, for them to match the street expectations. The thing is, though, I think the e-com business should not be what the stock is rated on. It should realistically be robotics and AWS. Now, e-commerce is still a big part of the business, so obviously it's going to get a lot of attention. But even if they miss some of their Christmas numbers, I mean, that's more insight for the consumer. I hope it's not more insight for Amazon stock, because at this point, I feel like the stock should be trading on fundamentally different dynamics. But maybe that's not going to be the case going into next year. They're doing it for Christmas Eve, green and red. That actually kind of makes sense. Christmas Eve. Dude, again, it still doesn't feel like Christmas Eve. I got to watch Home Alone 2. Can you eat meat at home? Yes. Guys, not every Indian doesn't eat meat. I eat anything, bro. I don't care. I have zero ethical or moral qualms about eating an animal. I don't care. I will eat. If it tastes good, I'm eating it. I don't care. Someone's going to clip that and put it in the wrong context. But the point is, I don't care. Like, there's nothing that can convince me that I need to stay away, unless there's a health reason. But now I wouldn't say that in front of my grandma. That's, you know, it's a little different. But I've never really cared. Like, wow, what was that move? 690.40. We all just saw that happen, right? Whoa. Okay, is NVIDIA participating there? NVIDIA's trying. That was like a jolt right there. That doesn't happen that easily. Huh. That's Santa. Is that Jensen? Is that Jensen being Santa? Or is that a freaking head fake? Is that a hedge fund? Is that a market maker playing around right now? Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin got a little pop with it too. Look at that. That's a real thing. Bitcoin got like a $400 candle right there. We'll see if it's real or not, but there's a little something. On boring days, everything is exciting. That is fair. That is fair. Do we have jolts? We didn't have jolts dated today. We had jobless claims. We didn't get jolts. No, there was no jolts today. Jolts is in January. We had jolts like 2 weeks ago. Again, the low volume can create a lot of random stuff happening. So that's something we have to remember for as well. Oh, wow. They didn't pay us our Christmas bonus this year, which they have been doing for years. So margin wise, they might be doing better per delivery. Huh. Amazon didn't pay a Christmas bonus this year to delivery drivers. That could be good for their margins, but also it could be offsetting the volume, because if their volume is not good enough to give them a bonus, they might have to save that money for. So it might be a net wash on their actual business if the volumes aren't there to recuperate it. Yeah, that's actually, I mean, look, that's something we got to watch out for in terms of Amazon's data going into next year. Y'all get bonus. Does anyone else get a Christmas bonus? Does anyone get a Christmas bonus here? Guys, by the way, we could be doing this right now, but I haven't thought of. I want to do a Christmas giveaway, and I want to give $1,000 away, and I want to do 10 people win $100. But I feel like the last few times we've done the giveaway, people just get upset because it's based on the timing of the YouTube comments, and like the YouTube comments are not perfect. So I'm trying to think of a better way to do. I wanted to do it today, but I have not been able to think of a good way. So maybe we'll do it on like New Year's Eve. But I haven't thought of a good way to do it. Because if we do the YouTube comments again, people are more angry than happy because of the way so I'm trying to see, like, is there another platform I can use where we make the giveaways easier? So we'll probably do that on December 31st. Yeah, like Kahoot. Exactly. I didn't set it up yet, but something like this. And I just didn't get a chance to, but we'll probably do it on December 30th. I wish we could do it today, but we did not get a chance to set it up last night. So that way it's not me. That way, if you sign up to it, you're part. If you're not signed up, you're not. But at least the comments are not like, because the YouTube there is a delay. I don't know why there's a delay on everyone's chat. But even if it's like 1 or 2 seconds, there's like 5 people that say they're the winner. And on my side, I'm like, well, like Jacob wins. And then Sarah and freaking some other 5 people are like, no, well, we should be winning. It's like, and I feel bad because it's like, technically you're right. You should be winning. So we need like a third party to just make it easier to fix this thing. So we'll do that on New Year's Eve. We can't do the randomizer in the chat because if I ask a question, it has to be the only way for it to be a real giveaway is for someone to get the answer first. That's like the most fair way to decide it. So if you just pick someone who randomly types in the answer, I mean, someone could just be copying someone else who typed in an answer after 500 similar answers came in. So like realistically, the only way to do it is the first person to get it right. And that's how most like of these are done in terms of giveaways. But I'll figure it out by New Year's Eve. We'll do something like that. 690.39 S&P. Tom Lee's going to be on in 10 minutes. You can listen to Tom Lee. We'll see what he has to say going into the end of the year. Guess a 3-digit number in your head. First to guess, one guess each. It's not a horrible idea, but it would be a bit aggressive to have that many guesses. A lot of people aren't saying they get a Christmas bonus. So I guess bonuses are not a thing anymore. Laura says we get a bonus in March. Magusta says no bonuses for nurses. No bonuses in corporates in Australia. Oh, we have a veteran. Thank you for your service. You got the 1776 dividend. So thank you for your service to the country. A couple of people said they had a bonus. I got a $20,000 bonus. Okay, that's not a bad bonus. Krishna says, wait, you guys are getting paid. Oh my gosh. I pay myself a bonus, says Eddie. Well, if your own boss, if you are your own boss and you give yourself a salary, you could also pay yourself some money. Oh, look who I'm getting a phone call from while the S&P is hitting all-time highs. Steve, I'm live.
I would just like you to be aware of where we are on the S&P right now.
Dude, I literally said, look who I'm getting a phone call from while the S&P is hitting all-time highs.
69.33. Can we get 67 points over the next 5 sessions?
Dude, I mean, feels like it's very possible.
Feels like it's very possible.
Feels like it's very, unless this is a low volume rug pull, which is possible. But if not, well, the thing is, Nvidia's not participating. So that's the like a lot of tech names not really in this.
Nor is Meta, nor is Microsoft, nor is Amazon.
So JP Morgan's taking us to all-time highs.
The financials are taking us to all-time highs.
I guess that's how we get there. Which, look, if we get there, we get there, right? I don't need Nvidia 200 to get there.
Listen, if we get to 69.99, we did not hit 7,000. We got to hit 7,000 to be correct. And like I said yesterday, and the day before, there is nothing that's going to make me change my mind on S&P 8,000 next year at this point.
Steve, are you working today or you're home?
Technically, I'm working.
That's what I thought. Okay, so let me ask you a question because we were talking about this a lot in the chat this morning. This is more a philosophical question, but I'm curious how you think of it. So the concept of money, right? Do you care about money as a means to an end to buy nice things in life, or do you care about money for knowing you have financial security and knowing that you can take care of your loved ones? What's more of a motivator for you when it comes to money?
Yeah, I mean, it's never been just to buy stuff. That's never been how I think about it. I think about it as a tool to live comfortably. Because look, everybody wants to live the way a Bezos or a Zuckerberg lives. That's not realistic. Okay, it's not realistic that people are gonna have 10 or 20 billion dollars or more. It is what it is. So it's more a tool to make your life comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. That's pretty much what I was saying. And I was referencing you. I was like, you know, I don't like, because you and me, we're not really, I mean, I don't think we're necessarily materialistic. We don't need to buy a Lambo or anything like that. So I was saying for both of us, we love the game of analyzing the stock market, and obviously making money is a part of it if you're right more than you're wrong. But it's the love of the excitement of the game more than anything.
Look, you'll never see me buying a Lamborghini or something like that. It's just not worth it to me. But I look at it as convenient. I was having this conversation last night, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. If you have, like, I pay for things that can enhance my life, okay? You get a haircut. If your haircut is $30, what do you pay then?
You mean tip?
Just, if the haircut costs you $30, what do you think somebody would normally give?
Probably $5.
35, 40 max, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I give 60.
Wow.
I double. And the person I was talking to was like, "Are you insane?"
Mm.
And I said, "No, I'm not insane. I'm smart." Because how many times do I get a haircut a year? I go once every 6 weeks, usually, that area. So if I'm spending $60 once every 6 weeks instead of $40 or $35, is that changing my life at all? Monetarily? The answer is no.
Yeah.
But what it is doing for me, I have my barber's personal cell phone number. I send him a text message of when I need to come in, and I don't wait.
Mm.
I don't sit down. I don't wait. When I sit down, I walk in, I'm in the chair, I get my hair cut, I walk the fuck out. And I said, I am buying convenience to get time back in my life. Most people walk in and they have to wait 30 minutes or 40 minutes to get a haircut. And I said, if all it's going to cost me is an extra $20 every time I walk in to save 40 minutes, you better believe I'm doing that.
Yeah, it's similar to like having to take an Uber versus a train. I mean, the convenience is way easier to ride. And quite frankly, the convenience makes you more productive, which helps you make more money in the future.
And it's not just about that. It's more quality of life at that point.
Yeah.
That's what it's really about. It's about quality of life, and it's about utilizing capital to make your life easier and more convenient. That's really all of this.
No, I agree. And we were talking about that today. I'm like, dude, I've never thought of money as a tool to buy stuff to make me happier, because I don't think I will get happy if I buy a Lambo. Like, I've just never been that type of person. Some people are. Some people need a private jet.
Some people, yeah, but look, if you're traveling a lot and it's costing you time and money to fly commercial, I think there's a cost benefit, but you have to be at a certain level for that.
Yeah.
But for me, if I can buy back time with certain things, I'm sure as hell doing it. That's how I like spending my money.
Yeah, if you can cover the bill at a table with friends, like that gives me more happiness than
100%.
buying a random thing. I agree with
100%. All right, I'll let you get going. I just wanted to let you know that we're almost there, and I think we're going to get there. Happy holidays, everybody. And give me a call later.
All right, and Steve will be streaming on Christmas. So for those,
I will be streaming tomorrow because this is the first Christmas I'm not doing anything on Christmas Day.
okay, I will leave Steve's YouTube links in the chat. But yeah, he will be streaming tomorrow, and you guys can catch him tomorrow as well.
All right, everyone. See you later. Happy holidays.
Later.
Bye.
Yeah, see, I had a feeling this is what Steve. He's not a money guy like that. He is more a guy who cares about the utility of money more than anything. All right, so I think we'll listen to Tom in 10 minutes, and then we'll be done for the day. And we'll close it out. But we are getting a boost on the S&P, 690.5. Of course he would call right when we're hitting all-time highs. I had a feeling that he would want to let everybody know we're hitting all-time highs. 690.33 S&P. Is Steve Santa? He might be Santa. He might be Santa. Amit, when you can start tipping your dentist, dude, I paid a decent chunk for that root canal that I just had. So, I mean, they got a decent amount out of me for that one. Do you think S&P can hit 7,000? We're close, right? This is the week where it's supposed to happen. So yes, I do think that there's a shot right here. Now, again, volume's low, so we're gonna have to give it some time, but at least going into next week. But I think it is possible. Meaning 45, thanks for the $10 super chat. Happy holidays, Mitt. Hopefully next year at this time I'll send a super chat 10x this one. Let's make it happen. Meaning, thanks for being here. And again, you do not have to send a single super chat. I just deeply, deeply appreciate everyone being here every single day. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being here. Face, thanks for the 10 super chat. It's small money, but it comes with a lot of respect and good wishes. No amount of super chat is small. So thank you for the $10. Again, do not need to send it, but I appreciate everyone just being here every single day and being part of the community. Siege, thank you as well for the 20 super chat. Siege, he said this thing like every day at this point. Watch Asylum. Merry Christmas. Sorry for the off-topic comment. I got to start drinking. Dude, I got to start watching that movie because I know you mentioned it like 20 times. So I need to watch this freaking thing. And it should be on the list for Christmas this year. And yes, you do have to start drinking because it's early enough to start the holiday drinking. So it's time for you to start. Thank you, Siege, for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Mate, how do you feel about a list of stocks the chat could vote on as the best one to buy for 2026? I think when we do the New Year's Eve episode, we'll probably have something like that. That's kind of like a list of like winners and losers going into 2026. So yeah, we'll do something like that going into New Year's Eve. Did I say Asylum? Oh shit. I meant Elysium. I actually said Asylum, bro. That's ridiculous. No, I meant Elysium. He's mentioned that movie a couple times already too, so I should have known how to say that. But Elysium is what I meant. FPL says trying to listen to Mitt while my kid's running around way too excited about tomorrow. All right, put in the chat if you have kids. Put in the chat if you have kids. I think let me actually do a poll on this. I think I'm gonna guess 30% of people watching that have kids, if not more. Maybe I'm being too aggressive there, but I think it's a decent amount. Dude, having kids during Christmas, that must be so, especially if they're young, it'd be so fun because it's actually magical for them. Like, especially if they still, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it in case any of the kids are listening, but you know, if they still buy into all of the ideas around Christmas, if you know what I'm talking about. The point is, it's magical. It is magical. Because I remember when I was a little kid, I was just super, super excited for all the little festivities of Christmas. And that's what made Christmas more fun. Wow, 59%. Okay, I want to say 50 originally, but I felt like I was being too aggressive. 30 was being way too conservative. Okay, so half of you have kids. Half of you have kids. Tess says my 3-year-old and 4-year-old are trolling me about their Xmas Eve boxes currently. Dude, that we had a tradition. We would open one gift on Christmas Eve back when we really celebrated it and we had multiple gifts under the tree. We haven't done that in like 10 years, but like that, when you're young, that's when, you make those traditions. I have 2 boys. I have 2 adult kids. Tesla Granny says I have 5 grown kids. Admit you should have kids by now. You're old. I'm working on it. I do want to have kids by like my mid-30s. That would be nice, but I don't know. We're gonna see. I think I gotta get a little bit of financial security because kids are expensive. Also, kind of have to like find a wife and stuff, but I do want kids in the future. Yes. I have 3 kids. I have 2 kids. I have 1 kid. I have a 12-year-old, 17-year-old. I have a 3-year-old. My kids yell stock market close every day when they hear the bell. Dude, that's crazy. I've heard that story a decent chunk of times from people that have kids that either ring. a metaphorical bell, or they reference me as the bell guy. It's so adorable when I hear those stories. I'm 40 with a kid and a house and retired, living the dream. That's a decent amount. 52% of people having kids. And I think my generation is becoming more of a generation that doesn't want to have kids. And so it is going to be very interesting to see population dynamics over the coming years. How many people will enter their 40s and 50s actually wanting to have kids? We might stay up to midnight to open some presents. But isn't it so fun if you're a parent to actually buy your kids gifts? If you give them gifts, like just to the idea of wrapping presents for them and surprising them, all that stuff is, I don't know, I think that's fun. That's what Christmas is about, right? It's about giving at the end of the day. It's turned into the whole concept of consumerism, but at the end of the day, it's about giving more than not. Being the fun uncle is awesome. That is fair. Yeah, not having the responsibility of being the parent, but just being able to shower them with gifts is also fun. What stock would you give your gifts to your kids? That's also something cool. You could give your kids stocks as gifts as well, right? Even if they don't really understand what it means. Obviously, Santa's not going to get them the stocks. Santa's going to get them the toys, but as a parent, you can give the stocks. I don't know. I would give them the names that I love. The names that I love that I think will be around in 10 years. Those are the gifts that I would give. Or just the S&P. That's also something that you can easily give. 3 kids, all with brokerages accounts. My kids know that Google's paying for their college. A boy of 3 and a girl of 8. Dude, I've always been optimistic on the idea of having kids. I think it's a fun thing to do. But if you don't have it, you get to save a lot of money and you get to do whatever you want in life without the responsibility. So there's definitely upside to not having to worry about it. But it is a cool thing. Rocket Lab right there goes green as the S&P goes green. NVIDIA still not green on the day. It's quite incredible. NVIDIA still not green. And also, it's kind of crazy when you think about your parents and what they had to do to raise you. My mom and dad came to the country with nothing. My mom worked as a cashier at Walgreens, and my dad had a liquor store, so he had his own business. The problem is the business wasn't doing that well, and he got robbed a couple times. And so it's early 90s they came here, early 2000s. It was definitely a bit of a struggle, but they worked their asses off just to give their kids a better life, and that sort of symbolic level of suffering that one generation goes for to make sure the other generation is well taken care of, or at least has a better opportunity to succeed in life. It's always something that gives you a lot of humility, because every generation goes through it. And then the goal is, when you become the generation that actually breaks out of the cycle and you actually, get to the point where you're very, very financially stable, the goal is to make sure the kids don't become brats and become freaking spoiled, and they are actually good human beings, even if their parents have money. And that's not easy to do. That is not easy to do. I see some of these TikTok families, these families where their entire brand is, the TikTok brand is lifestyle. And I see some of the kids and I'm like, goodness gracious, these kids are spoiled. I could, maybe I'm speaking out of naivete here because I'm not a parent, but some of these parents, they're treating these kids like they're kings and queens. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. I feel like those kids are probably brats. They're going to wake up thinking everything is perfect in life and everything's handed to them. And it's I get you have money, but there's got to be a certain way to not let the kids know you have money and not make it obvious that they can get anything they want. But that also becomes a challenge for people that end up making it in life. My 31-year-old daughter starting to boss me around. Well, that's also like the kid eventually becomes the parent. Like I've done that with my dad, and my mom. It's kind of crazy because it's like the stuff that when you're little and you're so optimistic to get your parents to like see like this new like my mom's been working on this new like project and she's in the beginnings of it. It's like a creative thing that she's trying to do, and she was showing it to me last night, and I was like, dude, this was me like 10 years ago showing my mom some idea that I'm working on. Now the roles have reversed. Now she's having more freedom in her life because she worked for the past 10 years to give me a good life, to now work a little bit more on her creativity. And now she wants to show it to me. And it's almost like you become the parent in that role. And whether you agree with what they're doing or not, in this example, you have to be supportive, because when you're a kid, you expect your parents to support you. If you have a new idea, if you're a painter and you paint you expect your parents to think you're freaking Pablo Picasso. And if they don't, you feel like shit, right? And no one wants to feel like, so it's like, it's the role switch, and it becomes incredible to see how it plays out. All right, Tom Lee, he's on. Let's see what he has to say. And then we'll keep going from there.
Stored at UBS.
Thanks, Guess. Thanks. Or is there a fundamental thing behind it?
I think there's actual real stats behind it. The Stock Traders Almanac, Hirschfeld guys actually have shown that this is a good period between basically the 1 week before the end of the year and the first few days.
But why is it? In other words, I always thought like people around this time are maybe selling stocks to give money to charity, pay bills, those sort of things. I would think there would be downward pressure on the stock market at the end of the year. And by the way, especially on a good year, trying to lock in gains so it's in the calendar for the records.
Yeah. I mean, I could say that I can see window dressing playing a role into year end. Professional money managers want their winners to look good, so they bid them up into the end of the year. And then the first part of the new year, I think, makes sense because that's when people allocate into asset classes. So there's money going into stocks in the beginning of the year.
That's the first couple parts here. I'm an anti-technical person, Kelly.
You don't like the chart stuff.
I don't like the chart stuff. I'm a fundamental guy, and I want to know if there's fundamental stuff. That was the thing. Tom, let's talk about which areas you think for the new year might be areas that are not well covered and maybe ones that are a little off the radar, the sort of, I don't know, the headwind, tailwind, tail risk things that are out there right now.
Yes, I think in 2026, there's going to be likely a more dovish Fed. And that dovish Fed will allow business confidence to recover. So the ISM, I think, recovers back above 50. And that's going to be a tailwind for traditional sectors like industrials, energy, and basic materials. So I think those are sort of three groups that should do better in 2026 than 2025. But then there's also, I think, some tailwinds building for the financial services, which you guys mentioned are doing well, which is that financial services companies are really big beneficiaries of AI, and they're big beneficiaries of using blockchain technology. Both will allow them to reduce their employee intensity of their business. And so I think the large tech-forward banks are going to start to see margin expansion and trade more like tech stocks in the future. And that's why, the JP Morgans and the Goldmans could actually be the next Mag 7.
Can I just put a footnote or a footnote question on that? What about the deregulation part? Mickey Bowman over at the Fed has been very busy trying to make it easier for banks relative to regulations. Is that part of your outlook as well with the banks?
Well, that would be a very big tailwind too. As you know, banks have been strangulated, especially post-GFC. And so it's removing some restrictions would be helpful, as long as you don't remove safeguard rails.
I've seen the market this year, Kelly, trade a little bit on some of the deregulation news. It wasn't something as the year went on, it got to be more serious, and the idea that they were going to be
Because I could never even, I don't read the breadcrumbs carefully.
Oh God,
well
it's so miserable.
But it's,
I hate covering
it's not
bank
like
regulation.
you wake up and someone goes, oh, this earnings report came out, or you wake up and so I'll read an analyst note that says, yesterday in a hearing, this person indicated this, and so it's hard for me sometimes to draw a straight line.
You're so clever about that, because that's kind of the way it happens. It drops in a hearing, it's discussed by a Fed official in a speech, and then it's proposed, and then there's a 60-day comment period, and then they adopt it.
Right. And then
so between and there, it could be like 9 months or a year. Wow. And I'm not sure when, but I've seen some of the actual adoption things move some of the stocks in a way that seems to be what Tom is talking about, this idea of thinking about banks having to hold somewhat less capital as the year goes by, especially, by the way, interestingly, I don't know, you went to the regional banks, that they're an area that may benefit more than the larger banks.
Yeah, regional banks, I think, are part of the reason we like small caps, because as interest rates decline and as business activity picks up and potentially M&A pick up, this really plays into the favor of regional banks.
Tom, it seems like you're describing a year next year that could have strong growth, but also low interest rates. Are those two things at odds with each other and in tension?
You know, I'd say, I know when people talk about low rates, it depends if they're looking at, you know, long rates, short rates, or even, you know, usable rates. But I do think next year is a year where parts of the economy that have been suffering from high monetary policy rates may actually do better.
Kelly, can I have a macro minute here?
Oh, please.
All right, so follow me on this, guys. I'm interested in your thoughts. Guys, if you have in the back there, let's do the real spending chart, okay? We just made that. That's CBHM, in case you're interested. And it shows pretty good spending, right? If you adjust for inflation, it's not too shabby. I don't know if we have it. I'm sorry that I'm pulling this on them in the back. Anyway, it shows it's like this. There we go. There's the real spending. Good numbers, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to the real income chart next. And I'm still within my macro minute. Oh, they're so good in the back there. Ugh.
Wow.
Doesn't look so good.
Face plant.
And now let's look at the difference between the two, which is the savings rate. And that's how we do math on national television. And there's the savings rate coming down. Suggests, Tom, some pressure there for the consumer. You can't keep going with incomes being flat, adjusted for inflation, and spending being higher, because something's got to give. What's your take on those three charts right there?
Well, I mean, I think you're hitting a key point, which is inflation hopefully is tamer next year. And I think that that's going to be
And at a constant wage growth, that means incomes would be higher.
Yes.
Real basis, right?
That's
okay.
right. And in terms of spending, I didn't realize that there was such a gap the last 2 quarters. Is that
well, it's the last quarter especially, yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, in some ways I can see consumers, you know, next year there's the wealth effect from stocks.
And the tax refunds as well.
Yeah. So
could help.
Yeah. So you know, I don't spend that much time thinking about savings rates for consumers, but I think leverage is still not too high for consumers. So I think there's still room for the consumer to be healthy.
Yeah. So you see a good year for the market.
Yeah.
Even though I think we've rarely had more than 3 years of double-digit gains. Sam Stovall was saying last hour, but you know, we have had a 5-year run of them, and it was in the 90s when we were having something called the internet, and here we are in the AI boom. So I don't know how lofty my expectations should be about what this market can achieve now, or if the fact that I'm even asking if we could have a run that strong means sentiment is too one-sided and we're all due for some kind of correction.
Yeah. I mean, I think as 2025 comes to a close and the market's up 18, I think we have to remember that this was a very difficult year, because from February to April, we had a bear market. And we've had 7 corrections of more than 3% this year. So as much as this is like an up 18% year, it was a year of a bear market and then a recovery. So I think next year probably feels that way too, that it could have a replay where there's a very big decline and a recovery. But since 1928, there have been 12 large markets where 3 years of 20% gains have been realized. And in the 4th year, half the time, the market does better. So there's a equal odds that we could actually do better than 20%.
Tom, we're out of time, but real quick, your biggest risk to this whole lovely forecast?
Well, I think that complacency still is the biggest risk, you know, that we are underestimating risk, and that's watching the VIX. But, you know, my clients are pretty cautious. So I think the good news is people aren't that complacent.
They're worried enough.
Yeah.
Tom, we'll see you a little bit later this hour for more. We really appreciate it. Today, Tom Lee, he'll give us his top stock picks, individual stocks, a little bit later on. And we also just had the last.
All right. That was Mr. Lee. Sorry if the stream was choppy, guys. Hopefully the audio wasn't going in and out, even if the video was. But got VG, that's at 722. SoFi picking up a little bit of steam. That's up 1%. MasterCard and Visa are up. Amazon maybe breaking 233. Zeta up 4.3. Tesla 482. Nike 60. Rocket Lab still holding 1%. Palantir is flat. Meta's up a little bit. Hoodie, are we at 120? We are at 120.24. S&P 690.5. That is once again a new high, even with NVIDIA red on the day, which is pretty incredible. Regardless of how we get to 7,000 S&P, whether it's through the banks, the financials, the healthcare sector, or through tech, it looks like there might be a shot to get there. 699.50, 699.60 now on the S&P. And again, is it crazy if we close above 690 here? We get holding 50 cents above it. We got what, 40 minutes left. I mean, there's a real shot that we do close above 690 there, which would be an all-time high close on the S&P 500 as well. So, I mean, Tom pretty much saying the same stuff that he said over the past couple of weeks. You're not seeing really a difference there. But the broader argument being it could be choppy next year, but he continues to remain at least 10% bullish, 7,700 on the S&P. That's what we got. Think that's it, guys. I think we ended there. I mean, there's not much else for the next 40 minutes. There's really, I don't think there's much else to look at here. It is nice to see all-time highs, but I think that's it. Rock Lab still making the move. Meta and Apple helping. And then NVIDIA is still red. Yeah, 1 p.m. it closes. 1 p.m. it closes. What movies are you watching over the break? Well, I should probably watch Elysium, so Siege doesn't keep asking about it. I tried to watch Power last night. I actually tried to watch Power. I got so bored in the first 10 minutes, dude. I was like, now maybe because I was sleepy, but I didn't tell Steve that. He'll get upset at me, but I couldn't finish it. I got so bored. No, there shouldn't be a post market today. Although I think maybe the market be open a little bit for like 30 minutes, maybe, but there shouldn't be like an after hours or anything like that. But yeah, I need to try to watch Power. Casey, thanks for the super chat. Could you use your influence to have Robin to put a watch list button at the bottom of the app? One click. I have 3 boys as well. Merry Christmas. Casey, Merry Christmas to you. See, the problem with asking Robin to do something is that, like, could I email someone that would actually like pay attention to the email? Yes. The problem is because Robinhood has so much user feedback, because they listen so much to their users, they have millions of requests. Even Shiv said that in my interview with him last week, where he said, we have so many things. So like me mentioning something doesn't really make a difference. They have so many different things. And by the way, guys, there's a reason we've not been using Legend for the past couple of weeks. They haven't fixed any of the things I've asked them to fix. And it's really frustrating at this point to use Legend when they don't fix the shit that I need them to fix. And like I had someone sit down with me for 20 minutes. He was instructed by Vlad to go talk to him, listen to his changes. It's been 2 months. They haven't done anything. And as much as I love the company, like at the end of the day, if the product's not working, the product's not working. So hopefully they fix it next year. But I told them some very specific, I was like, guys, like I cannot stream with this if you don't have this done. As much as I love you guys, you got to fix this stuff. Webull, shitty stock, but like the charting works. So, and I don't blame them, bro. They're not going to optimize for me as a streamer. That doesn't make them any money. But obviously, they want me to stream with it. But if it's not good, it's not good. Like I'm not going to bullshit it. So yeah, regardless of if I request them anything, they just have so many things to work on. But yeah, I do agree with your watch list feature. It would be a great idea. There's a lot of different little things they can do to make the thing better. But they gotta work on it. You guys keep mentioning Pluribus. I tried watching it. I got bored a month ago. I probably should give it a better try. But I just have not really gone deeper into it. But I probably should. Coding takes time. There are probably things to lead to a request. Yeah, look, and that's fine. If they're going to take a few months, they're going to take a few months. But in the meantime, And again, some of these things I think are relatively simple, but they're like on earnings. The biggest complaint I've had is that when you have earnings after hours on Legend, it's not telling you the actual move. It's combining the move with the intraday move. So Broadcom could be up 10%, but it's saying it's up 2% because it was up 8%. Like this is something so simple that they could fix. They haven't fixed it yet. And so for earnings cycle, you cannot, it's like impossible because then I'm reading out the wrong percentage gains. And on earnings, everyone cares about is the stock up or down and by what percentage. And I can't have Webull on another computer and then looking at that to then state like that's not practical. It doesn't make any sense. Even though Robinhood's UI technically is a bit more better because you can actually see the stock price go up or down. So there's a couple other things I told them you guys got to fix. But I'm not complaining or anything. It'll take time. It's just, they have a lot of different features they have to do. Have you watched Succession? I have not watched Succession. I know people are going to be mad about that. I did watch Billions. I thought Billions was okay. I think there was a little bit too much talking, not enough action. Succession, people have said, is the opposite. So I probably should. I tried watching Industry the other day as well. I got bored of it. Again, my attention span is something that I'm scared of myself. But then again, I'll listen to like a podcast for 3 hours with no issue. So it's weird, dude. Like when it comes to like something somewhat intellectual, I'll consume. But then it's when it's like something like entertaining, it's tough for me to be super hooked in. You know what I've been watching recently, dude? Yeah, this stuff, like these videos, they've been popping up and I've actually been clicking on them and listening to the whole thing. You guys think it's so weird, but it's NBA deep dives of like what happened with like Michael Jordan in his prime. Like, there's the channel. I'll link it right in the chat. I don't know why. Like, yeah, I like basketball. I'm not obsessed with basketball or anything. I mean, I used to really, but like these videos, they're really good video. This is a 25-minute video of how good was Michael Jordan. This is the stuff I've been clicking on and like listening to and learning more about sports history. And I don't really know why, but it's like interesting to me. And it's also made me realize LeBron will never be the greatest of all time. And anyone who says that is out of their mind. Anyone who says LeBron is the greatest of all time is out of their mind. It's just, there's not even a question. Not even a question. And my generation should be arguing for LeBron. But I can't. There's no way. There's no way you can make the argument. You got a little red candle right there, S&P, 690.60 to 690.30. But still green on the day. You know the easiest reason you say LeBron's not the GOAT? He keeps wanting to be called the GOAT. Every time Jordan's asked, he is a very humble response that says that's up for the people to decide. It's not up for me. LeBron's like, yep, I'm the GOAT. I'm like, dude, automatically you're not the GOAT at that point. Like, other people should be crowning you with that achievement. You should not be crowning yourself. And like, how narcissistic do you have to be when you've lost a lot more than Michael Jordan to be able to be like, oh yeah, I'm the greatest of all time? It's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's not it for me. Already makes me think he doesn't deserve the GOAT title. Not to mention the actual basketball statistics. I think it's MJ. I think it is MJ. 690 right there on the SP. LeBron has, you have not watched enough LeBron videos. He has, every time the conversation comes up, he like proudly claims that he's the best of all time. I'm like, dude, like a lot of it is just stat stuffing. You're a great player, but I mean, there's a lot of things MJ did that you haven't done, and you're claiming a lot of credit for shit. Now, granted, do we have the next LeBron James in the NBA after he retires? I don't know. I don't know who's going to take that mantle, and the fact that he's done it for 23 years is incredible. He did it longer than MJ. But I just hate his attitude around it. I really do. Even Kobe didn't do that. Even Kobe was more, dude. Like, I appreciate humility when it comes to these types. Even Tom Brady, he was asked if he was the GOAT over the weekend. I think he did Shaq's podcast, and he was like, "That's up for other people to decide." Even though Tom Brady knows he's the GOAT, like it's pretty obvious that Tom Brady is the freaking GOAT, at least in quarterbacks. But he's not going to acknowledge it either. Nikola Jokic is incredible. I agree. And he deserved that MVP a while ago. That's the worst take ever. How is that I disagree. If you have to tell people you're the GOAT, you're not the GOAT. It's like, I don't even think that's that's not even a controversial take. Like, Warren Buffett does not call himself the greatest investor of all time. Other people do. Because he doesn't need to. Because he knows he's the best. You can disagree with him being the best, but the far majority of people give him that crown because he's earned it, not because he proclaims it. And there's a difference between humble and cockiness. You can be cocky on the court, but when it comes down to actually being given the title, I think the humility stuff really does matter. Okay, what else? Do we have anything else, guys? We got about, what, 40 minutes? Yeah, I've seen The Last Dance. Last Dance was incredible. I've seen it twice. Honestly, I think I've seen it more than twice. Like, it came out 5 years ago. It was great during COVID, and I think I watched it a couple times after as well. $690.40 S&P. D-Wave still down on the day. Some of these other high beta names are still, Tesla still down. ASTS, wow, dude, ASTS 6% down. Was up 7% in the morning, 13% reversal to the downside. Messi is the GOAT. It's not debatable. Okay, so I don't know much about soccer. I would agree Messi's the GOAT because he has the World Cup. And what's his name? Ronaldo doesn't have it. But I don't know if that fundamentally means he's the GOAT. But because I don't have like any knowledge of football, that would be my deciding factor. He has the World Cup. But outside of that, I don't know. Because you got a lot of people that say Ronaldo's the best. Amit said he was leaving, so I left, then came back on. Of course, Amit's still on. But you guys ask all these questions, and then even though there's nothing to talk about in the market, the questions lead to a yapper yapping. So what do you want me to do at that point? What do you want? If you're going to let a yapper yap, they're going to yap. Let's take a poll. Is Amit going to stay till 1 p.m.? Dude, we should really end this early, and we should all start our Christmas holiday, like right now. Like, that's what we should do. There's no need to stay on another 30 minutes, especially if there's not any market headlines. Like, I'm seeing nothing come in about the market, literally nothing. But we're probably going to end up staying because that's what you guys want. I mean, you got the S&P targets right here. We talked about this last week, but Oppenheimer and Deutsche Bank are at the top at 8,000. Everyone else is in the middle. Dude, the lowest target is 7,000. So everyone is still thinking we have at least a flat year, if not a good year. Bank of America at 7,100. Best year says 15%. Lowest year says 0%. Which is not crazy. When do you think BM&R starts staking? Probably in January. Probably in January. We ain't got nothing better to do than the markets. Dude, that is kind of crazy. It's like all of us at the end of the day, like, do we really have anything better to do? It's kind of wild. But we all love it too. We all freaking love it. Dunn says, Amit, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for doing this, and thank you for the community. I started watching earlier this year. Cannot be more grateful to the community. Merry Christmas, man. Dunn, thank you for being here. Deeply, deeply, deeply grateful as well. You know what I was doing last night? I was going through some very old videos I made like 8 years ago. Like super, super old videos. And I was just looking at this was like when I was junior in college, and I was looking at my mindset around just like content creation, and like you're just trying to figure it out. You're a 20-year-old kid, and like it's been a long 8 years, and things have really changed. And part of what's changed is this comment from Dunn's, which is this community that is just ended up being created over the past couple of years now. And again, realistically, I don't think life has much purpose outside of the people you spend it with. Like, there's the hero's journey of life, which is what you have to do for yourself. And then there's the journey of life where you have to actually enjoy that journey with other people. I mean, again, if you make $1 billion and you can't celebrate that $1 billion with anybody, there's a certain type of person that will like to make money and like do everything they want to do and not have any level of community to share that success with. Quite frankly, you could, call those people very, not even egotistical, but I think it's like psychopathic. And I don't mean psychopathic in a negative sense, but it's like you have to be wired in a certain way to just not care about anything and just get what you want and then not care about celebrating what you want. Most of us, we want to enjoy success, but also enjoy it with everybody else, right? If you make money, you want to enjoy it with your family. If you, achieve something in life, if you launch a business, you want your friends to enjoy and participate in the upside of the business. Like you want a community to build happiness around. And so it's not easy. It's not easy to build a community, especially as you get older. It's harder to make friends, harder to build a community. That's part of the process of the meetups. Is like, can we together actually enjoy coming together, because we come together pretty much every single day, and develop more meaningful friendships in person. And to your comment, Duns, I've seen those videos from last night, and it was just a kid trying to figure out what was going to happen over the next 10 years. And somehow, some way, this has happened. And a large part of that honestly has to do with Palantir and just like how that company got so many people across the world to come together to analyze it. But also outside of Palantir, then we started the market open in March of 2022 when Palantir was $6. So I don't think people were watching for Palantir. The people were watching for some level of community. There was like, I think 100, 200 people that showed up every morning during that time. It was more so about like, hey, is there something bigger here outside of Palantir that we can all come together with? And now we're all here, which has been pretty freaking cool. Yes, and then Hood helped a lot. We needed that second one. Hood brought a lot of... Look, I think the Palantir community is still much larger than the Hood community, and was much larger than because people just didn't care when Hood was 6. People cared when Palantir was 6 because Palantir was Palantir. Like, it was like very mysterious. Hood, everyone was like, oh, it's some stupid brokerage app. So like when Hood got to 30, 40, 50, that's when a lot of people started caring, and it's still done very well. But at 6, there were diehards that just believed Palantir was special. Yeah, and now we all get to suffer on BM&R together. The cycle repeats itself. So the point is, you need some of these catalysts to create a community, but then you have to do something when you have that community to keep the community going. And the analogy I make here is with Leo's career, Leo DiCaprio. Like, Titanic was the catalyst to get people to care about him, but he had to follow that up with a lot of good movies to become the GOAT, which I know you guys like Daniel Day-Lewis, but Leo is the GOAT. And you needed your big break. Once you get the big break, now you got to do something with it. And I think that's what all of us have been trying to do, coming together with the markets every day. Hopefully Grab continues that momentum as well. But see, this is the thing about Grab as well. Like when I looked at Grab's chart last night, how it's been stuck for a year and a half, and then I just went back to Palantir and Hood just to look at it. And there were 2.5 years of nothing. I looked at Rocket Lab, nothing for 2 years, just like apps, and then boom. And I'm not saying Grab's going to go to $70. I'm just saying, like, you have to go through that phase if you're going to be. You can't get for the people that bought Hood at $9 right before it started ramping up, or Palantir in May of 2023 at $7 right before they became GAAP profitable. Like, congrats, but you didn't have to go through the suffering. And there's not many times in life where you will not have to go through the suffering of being early and being right, but waiting for the market to catch up. It's very difficult. I mean, all the Tesla people for 10 years until 2020, nothing happened until it happened. So, and that's what, quite frankly, makes a community stronger, if you're able to persist during that time. And with Palantir and Hood, it just really built a vast amount of people that came together. And then we took it beyond those two stocks to the broader markets, and I think that's what makes it so special every single day. Yeah, SoFi 3 years. I mean, a lot of you guys are going to love Tanner forever because, you know, when SoFi was in the gutter, he was the guy helping people get through that phase. Like, it just happens. But when you get through that phase, and if you can build a community that's deeper than just the stock, which is, you know, realistically what I think we're all in. Like, yes, like we care about the stock, but we're in this for something more than just the stock, which is a sense of purpose, community, financial freedom. All those larger philosophical topics, I think, are cultivated and culminated in the ability to actually maintain a level of community that's important. S&P high of days, by the way, 690, 70. Also, it's not easy to build a community. Like, some people get their community through their church. Some people get their community through their work. Some people are actually lucky enough to have friends in college and high school that they keep up with. I don't. Maybe one or two, but realistically, I don't have friends from college or high school I keep up with anymore. I don't have a church that I go to. And I don't work a job in a conventional corporate setting. So there's no like day-to-day interaction with your employees or your coworkers, which at some, you know, from a mental health perspective, it is good to see people every day and interact with them and all this stuff. Now, I've talked to people who work in corporate and they're like, you're not missing out a lot because it sucks. So like, there's both perspectives there. But from someone who's never worked corporate, I mean, yeah, it would be nice to be at the water cooler and talk to somebody. Like, I've never had that experience, even if it gets boring and mundane. But like, there's a sense of community there. And then your job fires you and you realize it's a business and there's no community. But the point is, it's hard to find community. And if we can find it in something like the stock market, that's also very, very, I think, exciting for everybody. So that's why we do this. That is why we do. See, you guys got me yapping. I started yapping. Freaking 12:33. We're gonna be at the market close in no time. At this rate, dude, one comment by Duns created a 5-minute rant. That is ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous that one comment can lead to that. Put a water cooler in your room. Oh my gosh. It's overrated to make gossiping at work. Dude, okay, so for the people that work corporate, let's ask this question. For the people that are in corporate, do you enjoy the process of going into work every day and interacting with other people? Not do you enjoy the process of working, not do you like your boss, but do you enjoy seeing people, getting coffee, going out to lunch with your coworkers? Like, you know, do you enjoy the occasional jokes you have, the free food at the tech companies? Because I was at the Palantir offices the other day before the Paragon event, and I was just sitting and observing all the employees, and like, dude, if I had to come here every day, I'm like, you would need to have a couple friends, right? Otherwise, it would feel so soulless just coming in there every day, coding and eating the free food and going back. Like, it would feel like shit. You would have to have some level of like fun to being at the job every day. And I was just thinking, could I do that? Could I actually? And I was like, dude, I've been so like independent for so long. I've been like by myself the whole day for so long. Like, I don't know if I could actually interact with people every day. But I feel like you would want to if you're there. Because if you're not, you just feel alone inside of a large place. It feels like you're in college again, where there's thousands of people, but you're by yourself. Rick says after 38 years, no. MB says no. Walter says no. Rambler says coworkers like frenemies. Fish says I hated it so much. The coffee is not free anymore. Is the coffee actually not free? Is it actually? At the tech companies is definitely free. Like at the tech, there's no way they're charging for coffee at the tech. If the coffee is not free at Uber, we've got some issues with their gross margins if they're trying to save a couple bucks on the freaking coffee. So I would hope that at least that's free. My coworkers don't laugh at my jokes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the gist I'm getting from a lot of people is that you kind of enjoy it, but you don't really. Usually the work environment gets toxic. If you don't have real friends at the office, it's boring. And that's my thing. Can you really develop a real friend at work? And like obviously, yes, you should be able to develop friends at work that hopefully become lifelong. But like, do they become like a real, like diehard, like this is my friend that I care about at work? because obviously that, determines if you actually care about seeing them every day. Laura says, I love working from home alone. Yeah, I mean, I think for the people that do work from home alone, or even if you're with your kids or your family, there is a bit of peace of working alone and being by yourself. But at some times it does get, I just never feel that lonely because like, I don't know, I feel like I'm talking to a lot of people throughout the day. We're talking to the chat the whole day. I know the chat's not a real person, but the point is like you're having that social interaction, even if it's not literally social, but it's not the same as actually being there in person. I don't relate to any of the people at work. The only thing we have to talk about is work. Okay, so that I've heard a lot of times, that if you do go to work, a lot of times the things you would care about with your friends, your coworkers don't care about, which makes it hard to be which makes it hard to sort of develop a meaningful friendship that would lead to bigger conversations. I like dressing up for work. The longer I work at home, the more homeless I look. At that, I definitely relate to. That is, it is, there is a world where just like dressing up, even if you're working from home, is not crazy. I mean, it gets you into the zone of like, all right, I'm working, like this is my work clothes and can't just be in my pajamas while I'm working. SoFi 2750. That's up 1.12%. We are real people. Okay, that the chat is real. What I mean to say is like you're not physically here. But yes, you are very real. It's a conglomerate of thousands of real people that have a lot of opinions, a lot of conflicting opinions on a lot of different things. Siege, thanks for the $20 super chat again. The problem with most corporate structures is you are competing for fewer and fewer promotions. It's like a pyramid and everyone is just trying to screw each other over to reach the top. That's the other critique I've heard. I mean, Steve has told me this so many times. Like the corporate bureaucracy and infighting and politics of being able to secure your role or essentially it's a lot of kissing ass. And you're kissing someone's ass who's much higher than you at the company and you're trying to protect your position at the company. That stuff I definitely could imagine is not fun. And I kind of relate to it when I had clients, even if I didn't have a boss. I mean, you're kind of kissing the ass of your clients and you're making sure everything's okay. And even if it gets a little political, you have to, talk in a certain way. So having to navigate that constantly, especially if you want a promotion or stuff like that, I mean, that stuff can definitely add up. It's very cutthroat. It definitely says very cutthroat. And look, content and media is also cutthroat. I mean, you stop streaming for a couple of days like that. That's a death wish. I mean, not necessarily a death wish, but it's more so just like if you don't have a real reason to take off and you're not producing, I mean, that's just not good. And so like, there's every industry is cutthroat and competitive, but in the corporate world, there's I guess a different manifestation of how it becomes very cutthroat. Harang, thanks for the super chat. What do you think of Sable Offshore Corporation stock? I have no idea. This company. $1 billion company, down 58% year to date. Have never heard of them. You can email me and give me a little bit more of the details on this one. But I have zero opinion because I'm hearing about it for the first time right here. Down 58%. It's in Houston. Is it a pipeline? I mean, it sounds like a pipeline. Offshore Corp. Yeah, you can send me some of the details and let me know. You have to kiss ass. That's how you become more secure. Being a hard worker is not enough. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's the politics of corporate. Because everyone works hard to an extent. But then the question becomes, how are you connected within the company? Like, I mean, if you're a junior level engineer and you've been able to like talk to the CEO multiple times over other engineers, like you have a leg up, right? Because the CEO knows who you are. You might have had meetings with him, you've had conversations. Like, it's so fighting for that level of attention, I guess, outside of just your role that could theoretically be replaced, right? I guess that creates the corporate bureaucracy. 19 minutes left to talk. Can you find the words? I guess we'll see. We got 19 minutes. Gonna have to find these words. I showed a new coworker 2 things I know in my job, and he yapped about them during the meetings. The boss thanked him for sharing, but he never mentioned that I taught him. That's like VG going to 15 and me being like, I called it, guys. I told you. I don't know where you heard VG about. That was me. That was all me. I was saying VG, liquefied natural gas, baby. Yeah, no, you would have to say, no, this is Matt, Money, and Chris, right? So yeah, it's relatable. It's different industries, different people get different credit. But you know, in the public world, you're accountable because it's all public. In the corporate world, you know, if you don't get the credit, you might never get the credit, which definitely does suck. I tried watching Severance, dude. I know it kind of is a critique of corporate work culture. I couldn't get into it. I really couldn't get into Severance. But I know other people liked it. I sold 3 covered calls yesterday on stocks that were dead money. Today they're up 1 to 4%. I think I have the power to bring stocks back to life. It's not just you. Every time someone sells a covered call thinking you're good to go, it runs. It's like the process of writing covered calls. You're gonna write them and then because it technically feels like it's free money with the covered call, right? It's like, okay, some gamblers thinking this stock's gonna go to 20 by Friday, stock's at 17. They can gamble. I'm gonna sell them the call and I'm gonna be good because what are the odds of it getting to 20? And then it goes to 25, and you're like, oh, that's why he bought the $20 call. Now, 99% of those weekly calls go to 0, but we just happen to find the ones that don't when we write covered calls, which is hilarious, but it happens. That story happened at my workplace. Someone took credit. Yeah, it's definitely not fun not getting credit for something. And especially if that affects, you know, the potential move in your salary or your corporate career. Let's ask this question. How many people got a bump in their salary this year? Or let's call it over the last 2 years. How many people got a meaningful move in their salary to the upside? Whether it's because of a promotion or you kissed a lot of ass or something. Because we're hearing about all this, you know, wage inflation not keeping up with actual inflation, right? And, you know, maybe we're seeing that across a lot of sectors where wages just aren't going up as much. I got a 3% raise thanks to my union, 40% for a promotion, 15%. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses in the chat. Yeah. Miss K says yes. Laura says someone tried to leave my name off a journal article. I complained. Yeah, bro, if you contributed research, they better put your damn name on the article. No, they actually want to cut my wages. See, that's sort of the mainstream narrative that's going back and forth. I feel like getting a substantial raise in this economy over the past 2 years, you either have to be like just phenomenal at what you had to like really do something different, or you had to be well connected and you were kind of like due for that promotion. But to randomly get it just because the company's doing better, it's like we're not hearing that story at all across the market. Got 2% in 7 years. My mom was a teacher, and so when she was with the union, they raised it. Yeah, but it was about every 5 to 7 years they raised it. And it was a small increase every 5 to 7 years. But the union did get her a raise in the school district. To join Meta from Microsoft at a juicy 35. Oh, I thought you meant you bought Meta stock over Microsoft and it went up 35%, which effectively you did with the RSUs, right? Yeah, Meta has outperformed Microsoft a lot over the past 3 years. So theoretically, your stock did help. I didn't, but the ass kisser got a promotion. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, corporate's a different world. So again, the reason we even got on this tangent is because the point is it's hard to create a community, and your corporate life might not give you that sense of community, but your stock market stream that you listen to in the morning and the afternoon, that might be their community. And I don't think that's embarrassing to say either. Like, it's more embarrassing to say you don't have any friends than it is to say, oh, I'm with thousands of people every morning looking at candlesticks going up and down. Like, people will call you a loser for doing that, but it's more of a loser to just not have any sense of purpose that you can relate to with a broader group of people. And it's also more like going to happy hour on a Thursday with coworkers that you hate is not really a community. But like being in a stream for 5 hours in the chat with people, even if you're not physically like drinking with them, is more of a community to me. Even if you can't post on Instagram that you're at happy hour with your coworkers that you don't even like, you know? And so I think it is hard to make a community, but you got to value it when you have it, because it's difficult to get there. Made more money in the market than my former salary. Well, that is also why we do this, right? Congrats, Linda. That's also why we do this. I think a decent chunk of you have made more money in the markets this year, especially the past 2 years, than your salary. I mean, dude, you see your portfolio go up 6 figures in a day, down 6 figures in a day. I mean, that's a salary, which is the beauty of compounding. You sound a lot like Zuck when he talks about AI friends. That's the other reason this community is so great, because these comments are the best comments in the world. William says, admit I work from home, and this honestly makes my workday so much better. Yeah, again, it means a lot. Like knowing that it's in the background for a lot of people and they can just keep it on and get through the day. Because I have other pieces of content that I use to get through the day. So to do that for other people is very, very humbling. I deeply, deeply, deeply appreciate that. Don, thanks for the super chat. Are you looking into dividend stocks for 2026? What names are you looking at, if any? There's not that many. Obviously, we named a couple already. Verizon's up there. Altria Group is up there. I mean, if you're going to keep it super basic, SCHD is up there. I do think, I mean, look, PayPal gives you a dividend. It's not the best dividend, but there might be, I mean, like, is this thing really going to 50? Or can we say we bottomed at 60? Now, it's probably a bad thing to say we bottomed because it's freaking PayPal. But I don't hate PayPal at these levels either, for a little bit more capital appreciation than your average dividend stock. But yeah, I don't need Verizon. I mean, they're getting a 7% divvy. No one's canceling their cell phone service in a recession. So if I had to pick, TFC's up there as well, but the regionals have to outperform next year. And TFC's dividend now is at 4. It was at 6 last year. So I would say for the best bang for your buck, I feel like it's Verizon. If you purely just care about the yield for the dividend. What content do you watch? Honestly, it's a lot of boring finance, politics, and news stuff. And the sports stuff that I've been on over the past couple of weeks. But yeah, I try to digest a lot of different political perspectives, economic perspectives. And, you know, being able to consume that definitely also helps. That should be in the Guinness Book of World Records, longest talker without sipping water. I really don't drink water during this. I mean, like, I think, well, no, that's a lie, because I've been drinking more water recently. When like I'm playing a video or something, I'll take a sip, but it's not a lot during the stream. Dustin, thanks for the super chat. Since I found your stream, it has become a morning routine. Wish I could have found it sooner. The guests and just your conviction helps me stay calm. Dustin, thank you for being here. I think we're going to have a lot more guests next year. That's one of the goals of the stream, is to get a lot more guests, a lot more different people, perspectives, ideas. Again, I have that form for anyone who wants to sign up to potentially become a contributor. I'll put that again in the chat. But yeah, I definitely want to introduce a lot more people to the stream. So thank you, Dustin, for being here. I can't drink Saratoga because that would crash the markets. But I do get to drink Kirkland water. You know, that's the other thing about like streaming in particular. It's a very parasocial relationship that people have with streamers, and I have this with a few streamers as well. Because like, dude, on it, like Hollywood spends hundreds of millions of dollars for like a 3-hour film. This stream has been going 4 hours. Some people have been here for the full 4 hours. Some people have been here for an hour, 2 hours. But like, and this is why it's so bullish YouTube, and this is why Netflix is getting into the creator game. The ability for human beings to connect with a random person on the internet is vastly underrated. And it actually is keeping attention at a level in the attention economy better than the premium stuff. Now, obviously, if you get like a massive film with like Brad Pitt, like, yeah, you're going to get a lot of people that watch that. But for consistent audience retention at scale, that's what YouTube and Twitch have become so good. They figured out how to create those relationships to make them better between the audience and the creator. And I think in general, there's been a shift from mainstream media and the talking heads to more individual people that you can relate to. That's just like wearing a hoodie and a hat and not wearing a suit. That makes it easier to connect with them and just take place in the process of consuming that type of content. And I relate to it as well because there's a ton of streamers that I watch that it's just like it's easier to watch them versus like watch some big corporate production, and you develop a relationship with them, which is important for the longevity of the streaming platforms as well. Julian says streaming creates the strongest parasocial relationship over YouTube or short form by a long shot. Yeah, that's why short form content creators, a lot of them have not really survived since 2020. Like they got a jolt of attention, but you can't really relate to someone over short form. You'll get some level of excitement for their content, but to be with someone on a stream for hours, be in the chat, be in the comments, engaging with the content, that is a different level of relationship you create with a full community. And when it translates into big moments like Palantir hitting 100 for the first time, or Robinhood getting into the S&P, or the S&P hitting 7,000, right? Or the meetups, like all that stuff just makes it that much better because you've spent so much time with them every single day. As I say that, JP Morgan, once again, all-time highs. My goodness. The only exposure I have to this is in my stock ETF draft. I don't actually own the stock, but 40% for the year. $900 billion company is JP Morgan. $100 billion away from becoming the first $1 trillion bank. It's incredible. But that overall relatability, I think, is what makes streaming really exciting. I think that's why people enjoy it. Jay Collins, thanks for the super chat. I was never a guy to watch streamers, only Amit and the Milkman now. Yeah, like a bunch of you guys that are watching Steve. Like, it's not really that normal to like just like watch a streamer, but it's become a thing in not just in finance, in a lot of different niches. And I think it's mainly because of the community aspect of it. And obviously, you know, I think from my perspective, bringing the energy every day, the passion, the excitement. And some days there's not a lot of energy and passion, but you have to manufacture it because at the end of the day, it's a show and people are there for a reason. And you try to do your best in that respect. But overall, if you love what you do, like Steve loves doing this. I love doing this. That's why it's fun. It's not fun to do and hear thousands of people every day. Half of them say you're an idiot. Half of them, you know, like you're dealing with all the influx of emotions that people have. The market's crashing. You're not responsible for it, but everyone's like, why is the market crashing? You know, it's like to deal with all of that, you have to love doing this. Because otherwise it's just dealing with a lot of shit all day. It's like 8,000 coworkers complaining. But if you see it as a community that's coming together, and yes, there's going to be some different perspectives in the community, different opinions, yada, yada. But like that overall nucleus of the community being strong and powerful and intact and special. That's why people do it. That's why people enjoy it. Rusty, thank you for the gifted 5. Appreciate that. We have 5 minutes until the market closes. And Rusty with the gifted 5 memberships. Really like your stream since I started listening a few months ago. Thank you for being here, Rusty, and thank you for spreading some of the blessings with everybody else with those 5 gifted. Fish, thanks for the $10 super chat. I don't have much to give, but you are the GOAT today. Happy holidays. Fish, thank you for being here as well. Again, you do not have to give the super chats. I just deeply, deeply appreciate people's time. And once again, being part of the community, being part of it. Michelle says, Tanner was my number 2. I was surprised that Maddie, Steve, Roy, or Tevis weren't on there. Mitty was my number 1, obviously. Yeah, on your YouTube recap. Yeah, but like all of us, right? Matt, Steve, Roy, Tevis, Tanner, we all just, Chris. We're all just random guys that love to do this. Like, we're not some media conglomerate CNBC competitor. Like, and I've been pitched on these ideas so many times. I'm like, dude, get that away from me. So you're like, Amit, we're starting this new CNBC. You'll have a, multi 6-figure salary. You'll be the host. We're going to come. I'm like, dude, no, that shit's stupid. Like, that ruins the whole point of what you're trying to do. The amount of times I've heard that pitch, and I'm like, this is a dumb idea. You're not going to build a community. If you're going to compete with CNBC, you got to go the corporate route and compete with CNBC. CNBC costs probably hundreds of millions of dollars a year to put on that show. They have producers, directors, writers, and it's a legit production. But they're also owned by Comcast, and they probably don't even make any money for Comcast, but they can be subsidized by all the other things in Comcast. To compete with that is so corporate and boring and lame versus just putting on your webcam and talking. And ironically, people relate to that a lot more. So what if they paid you $15 million? I said this 2 years ago. I don't know how many people believe me, but I still, if they paid me $15 million to be a CNBC host, I would not take it, bro. And I'm not making $15 million off YouTube, not even anywhere close to that. But I genuinely, I've kept up with content creators long enough, like literally the past 15 years. I've been a YouTube junkie since I was a kid. I have seen creators rise and fall because of corporate decisions they made to go sign with some company because they got a big fat bag and they ruined the brand and they became super unrelatable. Nobody cared about them anymore, which is the only reason you were worth 15 million in the first place, because you had an audience. If the audience doesn't care because you're in a new form factor which is not attainable for the audience, then you're worthless. That 15 million is nothing. So people might say I'm crazy for saying that and they might not believe me, but I think there will be opportunities in life to make $15 million or whatever the random number is by building a legitimate brand. But the easiest thing to do to ruin it, and I think this is true for anything, not just content, is by taking the route that the money is easy to see. If the money's easy to get, there's always a catch. When the money's hard to get, like in a stock that's been flat, but the upside is there when it happens. Like the catch is that you have to go through the dog days of holding the stock. The catch is you have to build your own brand if you want to ever get to making the type of money that these big media guys make. But the path to get there is more rewarding, in my opinion. And so, I honestly don't think I would take it. I would think about it because 15 million is, you're looking at the 50, you're looking at the contract like, oh, that's a lot of zeros. But I think at the end of the day, you just be like, you know what? Because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if you ruin your brand just for 15 million. It's like half of that goes to taxes in New York anyway. Okay, so you have 7 million. All right, 7 million is a lot of money, but is it really worth ruining everything you built? No, probably not. So, all right, 20 seconds. You guys kept me on. I really thought I would leave at 11. That was naive of me to think I was actually going to leave when there was so much yapping to do. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Merry Christmas Eve. It is Wednesday, December 24th. The S&P 500 has officially closed at a new all-time high at 690.27, and the stock market is now closed. All right, there we go. We are done for Christmas, at least, and then we'll start off on Friday once again. But we are done for the holidays. 690.27 S&P, new all-time high. We did touch 690.83, but we got the close at 690.27. Ironically, NVIDIA went red on the day, which I think is bullish for the broader market, but it is crazy to see 8% of the S&P 500 red, but the S&P hits a new all-time high. So you had other parts of the market that are participating. JP Morgan right there, 328. That is a all-time high. I think Lilly was up today. Goldman Sachs, yep. Lilly up 0.5%. Verizon was up a little bit. Robinhood was up a little bit, 120.4. Zeta closed above 19. Nice to see. VG got the second day in a row of a $7 close. pretty bullish, maybe normalizing the $7 range. ASTS unfortunately ended 9% on the day. This one's had a pretty big run though, so can't be too mad about it. But it was not able to hold its level. Rock Lab as well, basically flat on the day. D-Wave was down about 5%. ASTS again down 5%. Tesla flat on the day. Nike was up after Tim Cook bought. IONQ down 3%. Netflix 93.64, that was flat. Nebius up 1.2. Palantir up just a little bit on the day. How about the Max 7? Google was down. Amazon got a little bit of a breakout, even though, I mean, it's pretty much flat, dude. It looks like a breakout, but it's up 24 cents today, so not that much contributing to the S&P. Meta got a bit more of a move at 667, and then Apple as well got some love at 273. Microsoft was also green at 488 on the day. All right, that is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Merry, Merry, Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays to everyone. Deeply, 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 deeply grateful. We talked about it for the past hour, but deeply grateful to this entire community, even having the chance to do this, hosting these meetups, these live events. I think 2026 is going to be taking it to the next level, and people are going to really enjoy it. I really do have to pee. That's dude, I've been holding it in for the past point. Today was one of the, it's been 4 hours. Usually I don't go 4.5 hours. I actually legit need to go. So I need to go do that, but couldn't leave, dude. I was in the middle of my yapping. Does the yapping matter more or the bladder? The yapping obviously takes priority there. So appreciate everybody. Hopefully everyone had a great, hopefully everyone will have a great Christmas holiday. Hopefully everyone's already been having a decent December as we get into the end of the year. We'll be back on Friday. I think we have a regular market open, market close on Friday. Nothing changes. And then I'll be back for Sunday futures. And then Monday we start again. So tomorrow's off. We'll be right back Friday. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy the week off if people are off for the next week. I know in different jobs, people have different weeks off. Like my mom, my sister, they're home because they work in a school district. So they're home for the next 2 weeks. And that's it. Of course, after 4 hours, people still want the word of the day. Because why not? Your boy is shaking his leg back and forth because he's really got to pee. But we got to do the word of the day. Because, can't leave without the freaking word of the day. All right, what do we got? Give me another word of the day. Yesterday was good. Proleptic was good. Dude, my leg is legit shaking, bro. I have to pee. It's been a long time today. Okay, this word's actually a good one. I don't know how to say this, so it feels like this is a good one. Praecopious? Praecopious describes something that occurs or develops earlier in the normative or expected temporal threshold. While often used for intellectual development at a high register, it also implies being ahead of schedule in execution or readiness. His precocious readiness meant the work was effectively finished before the timeline officially began. How do you say this word? Precocious, right?
Precocious.
Oh, shit. Wait, that should have been obvious. The CIOUS. That was
precocious.
Okay, I actually feel stupid on that. That one, I actually feel dumb. That one genuinely shouldn't have been that hard. Precocious. I feel like I've heard that word. Haven't you heard that? I feel like it's a word people have heard before. I said precocious or whatever. Precocious. That was the word. Yes, yesterday's word was proleptic, which was a good one. I genuinely wasn't trolling there. I actually feel stupid. I should have said precocious. But the A and the E kind of. Wait, hold on. No. That's different. Look at this. Look at what I typed in on Google. I typed in how to say this was what ChatGPT said. Right? Yeah, ChatGPT has an A in there. That's not the right word. That's a different word. Hold on. That's a different word. Google said Google doesn't have the A in it. Oh, hold on. I could save myself here. Is this even a word? Dude, is this even a word? There is no search result coming up for this word. Look at this. Nothing on YouTube. Nothing on dictionary.com. Nothing on vocabulary.com. I don't think this is a word. Hold on. Is this even... Hold on. Is that even a real word? It looks fake, right? Dude, I have to pee so bad, but we need to get to... Yes, it's 100% real and you're right to challenge it. It's a legitimate long-standing English word. It appears in major dictionaries like Oxford and Cambridge. Okay, let's go to Cambridge. If it's going to say it's in Cambridge, let's go to Cambridge if it's going to say that. Let's see. The bladder can wait. Or did they misspell it? Hold on, let's see. Nope, I got nothing on Cambridge. 0 results. They said Oxford. Okay, we'll go to... Dude, I think NVIDIA got to step their game up. These GPUs been slacking, dude. Even yesterday, all 4 of the same LLMs gave us the same word. Like, what? That shouldn't be happening. Even on Oxford, you get a result, but this is not the same definition that ChatGPT gave for this word. Bro, this shit's not a word. Hold on, let me say. I think you're spelling it wrong. I just asked Cambridge and Oxford, and they said that's not a word. You're not crazy. It's almost certainly a spelling variant issue. The common modern spelling is... Okay, that's... Dude, short ChatGPT. This is stupid. The common modern spelling is precocious. So why would they spell it with an A? That's so... Hold on. So we're going to... So why... I'm in front of a ton of people on stream. Why would you give me the non-common spelling and make me look stupid? She better apologize for this. You're right to be annoyed, and I owe you a straight no-spin apology. Thank you. You specifically said you were live, needed something impressive, and people were waiting. In that context, giving you a non-standard archaic spelling word was the wrong call. Even if it is historically, it failed the live safe test, and that's on me. You did nothing wrong by challenging it. This is why people are going to get married to ChatGPT. I mean, how many times has your significant other said you did nothing wrong? Like, this shit is scary. This is why people are going to get married to ChatGPT. Again, my mistake. Thanks for calling it out. If you want, I can stay locked in on only dictionary safe 0 ambiguity words when you're live. So I'm saying people are constantly going to use ChatGPT in that way. All right, that's the word of the day. Have you seen Game of Thrones? I have not seen Game of Thrones. I should start it. I should probably start it over Christmas, bro. I should give it a chance. I tried it a couple years ago. I got bored. I should probably try it again. But maybe I do that over Christmas. Yeah, ChatGPT does have a wrap like Spotify. You can ask like my year in review or something, and it'll give you like all the different things you talked about. So, yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Even if ChatGPT could not give us a real word, but she apologized for it, though. So that's nice. It makes me feel better about that word. But I should have been able to say it. I've heard that word before. I don't know. But the A messed me. The A in the middle. I was like, this is a different word. Anyway, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I will see you guys on Friday. Again, enjoy your holidays. Enjoy the time with the family. Very, very grateful for this entire community. Very grateful for being here. We were going to do a Christmas giveaway. We'll do that on New Year's. I'll set up the whole Kahoot thing, and we'll give away some money probably on the 30th or the 31st. And yeah, we'll keep going from there. All right. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully everyone had a great day. S&P 500 all-time highs. I will see you guys on Friday. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.